Ladies and gentlemen, please, I would like Aston to please come for their presentation right now. Aston, please, if you're ready, I understand you're ready, please, I would like you to come towards the stage for your presentation. Please, a round of applause for Aston as they do their presentation for us. Thank you.
My name is Diolo Adediran. A couple of years ago, I used to have an aunt. She was a herbalist. We used to call her Mama Ijora. Each time you went to her place, you would see a lot of women lined up. You could find like 15 women lined up, waiting to see her because she was what we would call a herbalist or a traditional or a native doctor. And each time we went to her place, you had these women that came with different problems. In fact, some of them, they would say that this woman has been pregnant for 5 years. And my mom used to take me there because she was my mom's aunt. And each time we got there, she was going to do some things to some women. And immediately, the women would say, oh, I'm feeling all right now. At times, when they say a woman has been pregnant and she could not deliver, she could literally just touch it and simply say, this is the head, this is the feet, this is what is happening here and there. Then she had this mortar and pestle. That was the first time I was going to see a mortar and pestle. And she had this lots of black concoctions she used to make. And everything just seemed all what we would call spiritual in that sense. And a number of times I told my mom, I said, Mommy, why can't she teach you how to do these things and we can make some money out of it? Because I didn't really come from a family that we had a lot. So any opportunity to make money was something I suggested to my mom or my dad. So my mom said she told her one time that if you are still going to give birth, the secret is that you must never learn this thing. And I wondered, if you are giving birth, what does that have to do with helping people that have issues and making money? Anyway, down the line, we need to understand something. I later realized that the concoctions, some of them that she used to make, contained abortifacients that could cause abortion. And because of that, she said, the secret is that anyone who still gives birth can actually not learn the art of medicine from her. And that was when I knew that she did not have the science. If she had the science, she had the infrastructure, she had the equipment, and she had the knowledge, then maybe her science would have been different. Maybe then, the arts, the things that she knew could have been passed on down to a certain generation, to us. But she died not teaching anyone. And that is the sad tale of the African story. That is the sad tale. When we get to our laboratories, and then you look into the microscope, and while you are thinking you have seen an organism, you realize that that thing is a stain on the eyepiece. And when you turn the eyepiece, the entire object that you're seeing that you think is an organism will also turn round. You want to use distilled water in your laboratory, and when you get there, you realize that there's no distilled water, so lecturers are fighting for space. They tell their students, make sure you get there by 7 a.m. before they turn it on. So our students get there, and people remove your keg to take their own distilled water, and when they even steal kegs, you suddenly don't find your keg anymore when you put the distilled water. So you go to look for any kind of container just to put the distilled water, forgetting that where you are even putting this distilled water contains pyrogera, because at times some of those kegs would have been there for more than 3 weeks, nobody has used them. So you are pouring distilled water into a dirty container to use for your experiment. One time, a young man wanted to use a scanning electron microscope, and they told him, go to ABU Zaria, you will find one there. When he got to ABU Zaria, they told him that yes, they just brought it, but it has never been installed. At the end of the day, he could not use a scanning electron microscope. So they said, go to UI. When he got to UI, Agric Engineering Department, they told him, they said, see, this equipment was working a couple of weeks ago, but right now, it has fault. And we don't even know how to fix it, because the money that the equipment has generated is not even enough to fix it. So we have the problem of infrastructure when it comes to research and development in this part of the world. We would all agree that research and development forms the basis of economic development. What are you manufacturing if you are not developing anything? A couple of years ago, a lot of us used to use video cassettes, and then the companies that were producing video cassettes were the big companies in those times. But after a few years, CDs came and video cassettes outdated. Today, you don't see CDs anymore. Everybody watches everything on Netflix. Imagine a country that has dedicated its entire life on producing video cassettes. By the time innovation comes, it wipes them out. So even if we say in Nigeria what we need is manufacturing, the problem is in a few years, what we call manufacturing will become outdated. Technology will take over, and that is the strength of research and development. So if we are not developing, if we are not researching, we are actually going a downward spiral. So what are we doing as an organization? Austin is an organization that is building an application where you can find every kind of equipment you could ever need in research on one platform. Imagine you want to use a scanning electron microscope and you don't know where to use it. And then you decide to send your samples down to South Africa. It's going to cost you much more. The dollars we are trying to bring into Nigeria, you are still spending it out there. Imagine you just have to impute the name of the analysis. Let's say it is gene editing. Let us say it is cloning. Let us say it's a PCR machine you want to use. Once you impute it on the Austin platform, immediately it brings out all the institutions in Africa that have that equipment, and you would be able to book to use it. Speaking of which, there's also going to be a sample pickup service right there, because at times you're afraid of travel. Imagine you have to do a research in Kaduna and they tell you that from Abuja to Kaduna the road is very dangerous, and after a while they said you can go by train, that the train is safe, only for you to hear again that bandits attacked the train. Then you're afraid of even doing research. But with our platform, we are going to be engaging logistics organizations that can help you take your sample, even if it has to do with cold chain, down to where you're going to. So some flyers will be passed around. Please just go through them. So when you are able to book for these services, you can have your analysis done. And the good thing is this, it is not confined to one laboratory. So we are putting all the laboratories that are of standard right on that platform, so that even if you need to find a GMP laboratory in Nigeria, at least we know that we have one, which is the first in West Africa, the one that is actually situated in a research institute, that you know that if you have something to do, a solid work, you can actually do it right there. It is well equipped, and we know that. So let us now go straight to the app. Okay, currently the app is not going to come up because we are currently uploading a lot of laboratories. They've submitted what they can do. Any kind of analysis that you want to do is already being submitted. But once it is out, you are going to get a glimpse of it. Then the second product that we have is our Adele store. I remember getting into the School of Pharmacy and lifting up my hands and saying, the man to cure HIV has arrived. But then when I started school, I realized that I was not going to cure even malaria, because the infrastructure there was not what I desired. I wanted to sit in the lab all through the night, but then light goes off, there's no generator, mosquitoes bite you in the lab, now you have to go back to your hostel. So I couldn't do so much. And when I was done with school, I said, now we have to facilitate science. The Adele store, I'll go to my laptop now, we are building a store that contains over 1 million products for research and development. A number of times you are going on your experiment, and suddenly you remember you need a microtiter plate or DPPH or whatever it is, and then you are stuck, and then you call Captain or you call some of the scientific stores that you know, and when you call them, hello sir, do you have DPPH? He said we have to import it. How long will it take? 6 to 8 weeks. You're in trouble. Now you have a deadline to meet. What if every single scientific product you could ever need in this life was situated on one store? And so what have we done with Adele store? Imagine all of your scientific stores that you know, the ones that sell scientific products to you. Imagine they are all on one store and they can list their products and they are certified. And all you need to do is to type in the name of the product right there, www.adelstore.com, And once you type it, it's going to bring out all the stores that have that particular chemical, the ones that are close to you or far away. And all these ones are certified. There was a time when someone went to Idumota and bought chloroform. But what they sold to this woman was half chloroform, half methanol. Why? Because those stores are not certified. There's no proper regulation. But if you are going to be coming to Adele store, every single organization that is there, both within the country and outside the country, is certified, and you know that they will give you good products. For example, if you need a product from Merck, you know that Kachi is there. If you need from Honeywell, you know that Ibra Haddad is there. If you need any product in the world, you know that Adele's is there. We are here to serve you. We are here to make research not just feasible, but also easy. So that while you focus on your research and your experiment, we can focus on all the tedious, unnecessary work, so that we can all build our nation. Just in case you want to find out more about our product, how you can also commercialize your own personal equipment, you spent a lot, you've invested a lot in your equipment, you can come to our stand right there at the back. I'll sign on Adele's and then we'll attend to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, one more time, a round of applause for Aston for that fantastic presentation. All right, so up next, I would like to invite Catchair Company Limited. Catchair Company Limited, please, a round of applause for them. They will be presenting right now. The Vice Chancellor has sent words to us. Will be joining us in a few minutes. In about 10 to 15 minutes, he'll be here. So please, just bear with us. So, Catchair Company Limited, it's time for you to please come and present.
Good morning, everyone, members of the high table, and members in attendance. My name is Happiness Ijoma Igwa, and I'm here representing Kachi Company Limited, but I want to be sure my slides are set up, please. Kachi has been in Nigeria for over 3 decades, and we've been serving healthcare, providing solutions, pharmaceutical, medical diagnostics, healthcare solutions for the past 3 decades, actually 33 years. We've been in existence for 33 years, so you can trust that whatever we offer to you is tested, trusted, verified, and can be used. Now, who we are, like I said, we've been in Nigeria for over 3 decades, and we are the complete source of all services you need to equip science. We are ready from, there's something my CEO used to say, from end to end. Anything you want your lab set up, whether you're in the private sector or in the public sector, we are ready for you. We can set up furniture, we can do furniture for your lab, we can give you reagents, we can give you consumables, equipment, everything you need to set. You can trust Kachi. You can trust Kachi to deliver quality products, and we've been doing this for over 32 years. Our maxim is 0 defect. What we mean is that we aim to please, we aim to ensure that everything to you has 0 defect. And if there is a defect, we are ready to take them because the warranty is sure working. Next slide, please. Now we are positioned to address all your laboratory needs, from general laboratory equipment, analytical instruments, laboratory services, consultants, training, vendor managed inventory. I'll spend a minute to talk about what that means. We are basically saying we can house your products. If you need a product and you are thinking, oh, this mic is, can I get another one so that it flows? Okay. All right, I was talking about vendor managed inventory. For some institutions, hospitals, and organizations, they cannot purchase at once. So they need to break it down into quarterly or monthly. And with our economy, Nigerian exchange rate is something else. So sometimes when you tell us about what you will need in a year, we are able to warehouse this for you and give it to you quarterly. That ensures that the price you have is as at the beginning. Like we all know, the price of dollar as at January is not the price of it as at now. So, but if you had given us a year's notice that this is what we'll need for a year, Kachi can warehouse for you and still give you at a price that works for you. So that's what we mean by vendor managed inventory. We have done this with a lot of organizations, NBC, we've done it with even universities. So that's what we do for you once you engage us from the beginning. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, we are able to do this because we have strategic partners. As I was seated at the back, one lady was asking, are you a Sigma partner? Are you a Sigma distributor? Definitely. We have some strategic partners that ensure we deliver. And one of them is Millipore Sigma, MEC is down Millipore Sigma, MEC. They are all together. So if you ask for anything, we can deliver MEC, Millipore, and Sigma. Thermo Fisher is central because a lot of our instruments come from Thermo Fisher. Then we have Roma Lab, we have Lisa, we have Pasco, we have USP, and we have Skiaken. All these partners ensure we deliver services to you seamlessly without issues. Next slide, please. Okay, the business sector we serve research institutions, pharmaceutical industry, regulatory agencies, oil and gas, educational institutions, medical diagnostics, manufacturing. We are all, everything lab from beginning to end. 360-degree services we can deliver for you. Next slide, please. Now, some of our key customers, I try to put in some universities because this is a university teaching hospital. We serve customers like Luth, we serve NIMA, we serve UNN, we serve, when you go to the other manufacturing, Dangote, SGS, I can tell you if there is any word that is central in the serving of science in Nigeria, it's catchy. In every sector you go to, as long as there is a lab there, you can be sure that catchy is there. So we have been tried, we've been tested, and we are now trusted. So please, we are here for you, whatever the need. Don't say your need is so small or is so large. We can accommodate, we can take it. Thank you. Next slide, please. Now, for this conference, I try to see which offerings will suit pharmacists in academia. But I know you do more than pharmacy in academia. I met somebody that's been doing research. So I'm going to talk about reference standard, microbiological media, lab equipment, lab reagents, chemicals, microorganisms. We serve all. We do all. So please, we call ourselves the one-stop shop. You want anything, you don't need to go far. Please just call me. My card will be around, available, being distributed. Our flyers are even available right now. Next slide, please. Okay, why should you trust Kachi? Why should you come to Kachi? I say we stand out because there are certain unique things you need to know about us. One of them, we have been serving science for over 3 decades. A lot of people celebrate 30 years of wedding anniversary, and when they come out as professionals. They want to talk about marriage. They've been there for 3 decades. They have experience. They will tell you what to do when you start, what's in the middle, and all that. That is who Kachi is. We can tell you how to start, what happens in the middle, even at the later part. Kachi can deliver. That's what I came to tell you today. Whatever the needs, as long as they are laboratory needs, Kachi can deliver. Now, we've been doing this. No, not next slide. I need to talk a little bit about why we stand out, why you should trust us. The last slide, please. Okay, now, I've spoken about Thermo Fisher, Sigma. These are our partners that have been with us for decades. And we can be sure that whatever we deliver to you, you can be sure that it's tested and trusted because it's coming from Thermo Fisher, it's coming from Sigma, it's coming from Millipore, it's coming from all the names you've known over time. Now, we have applicable customer training. I think last week we made a delivery to MTU, Mountaintop University. They requested for some instruments for their lab and reagents, QS5 to be precise. Now, I included customer training in it, because I know that I want them to use the instrument so that it will deliver. Now, this is one of the things we can do for you. Ensure that your scientists, the people in the lab, can use the instrument, even if it was not paid for initially. Kachi will ensure that you are not left left just like that. Now, applicable customer training, on-time customer service, we are just a phone call away. Excellent on-site support. We have engineers live. They are in the office, they are traveling. We call them, they are always there. You don't need to book. I was trying to install a particular equipment, and I had to call an engineer outside Nigeria. Now, one, they will bill me in dollars. By the time the bill came, I was so disappointed because my customer couldn't pay. And I was like, what am I going to do? Now, if that instrument was a catchy partner instrument, I wouldn't have that issue, because I am sure my engineers, the engineers in my company, will be able to install. Now, I'm going to go to the next page so that you see what some of our engineers have been able to do. Please, let's go to the next slide. I just want to introduce something. Some of us know about it, but some may not. Next slide, please. Kachi Independent Analytical Laboratory Complex. Now, this complex is a state-of-the-art. When I mean state-of-the-art, I'm extending an invitation to everyone in this hall. Come and see our lab, if you have not been there. Now, because we've been doing this for over 3 decades, we saw a need to have a lab where you can showcase state-of-the-art equipment that even many people in the universities don't know some of this equipment. I remember when I finished university, I didn't know what a PCR looked like. But I mean, now I'm sure some of the students know what it looks like, but I hope they can operate it. Because a whole lot of people that come to our lab, they are like, they don't even know, they only know it by name. Some have not even seen it, and this is more than 2 decades, they still have not seen a PCR. So I want to encourage you, everyone in this hall, and those that are not here that may be listening after now, please come to our lab so that you see the state-of-the-art instrument that are necessary for cutting-edge science research. And this is what we are encouraging everyone to do, research that works. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. All right, our lab, basically we offer molecular and genomic analysis as well as general analytical and certification services. Next slide. Somebody is already behind me. I have to stand down. Okay, we are currently the only ANAB accredited independent analytical lab in sub-Saharan Africa. State-of-the-art analytical laboratory equipment, strong track record of global partnerships with high level of professionalism. Our staff are professionals. Next slide. Okay, now I'll just make mention of some of these instruments that we have in the lab. We have an FTIR, we have HPLC, we have NMR. Next slide. Okay, we have an AAS. We have a genetic analyzer. Of course, we have a PCR. We have a real-time PCR. We have a GCMS. We have LCMS. We have ICP-MS. There is no lab. I'm telling you this, there is no lab where you will see this array of instruments, of cutting-edge instruments in Nigeria. I don't know if it's in Africa, but you can get it in Ikeja. Next slide, please. I'm almost done. We promise to give you transparent, fast, and reliable results. Next slide. Our services are diverse: product certification, water analysis, training, soil analysis, partnership with academia, molecular biology analysis. We offer all this in our lab. Next slide. Industries we serve pharmaceuticals, food, environmental research, forensics, genomics, agribusiness, oil and gas, mining and extractive industry. We serve all that. I think this is the next slide. Thank you. We are looking forward to partnering with you. I have extended the invitation to come to our lab already. We are looking forward to partnering with you, pharmacists in academia. I also found out that Central research labs are set up everywhere. Some of them are in your institution. We have done a few. We've set up a few in University of Nigeria and UI. We've set up a lab there. We can set up for you. And if you have another thing outside now that is not in the Central Research Lab, we can deliver. Thank you very much. Please, our stand is at the back. Please, you can come visit us for more information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for Kachi. Yes, they've said a lot. If you would like to know more, please, their stand is just at the back of the auditorium. They will be willing to attend to our needs. So up next, I would like to bring forward for the next presentation, Green Life Pharmaceuticals. If you're ready, we're ready to have you. The VC will be joining us in a few minutes now. It's about 5 minutes. He'll definitely be joining us, and then we can start the official opening ceremony right about then. So Green Life, we'd like to have you.
Good morning, House. Standing on all existing protocol, I want to say, as men of honor, am I in the midst of pharmacists or carpenters? As men of honor, so I'm a representative of Green Life, and I'm standing here today on all existing protocol to welcome you to this annual event. When I was asked to come and talk in this fora, I said, what am I going to teach the lecturers that taught me in school? It was giving me butterflies in my stomach. But I said, this is actually a call to arms, because there's something happening around us that if we don't attack it from the roots, which is where the academia are, a lot of things will also go wrong. So I will give a disclaimer that my presentation has nothing to do with personal or company interest, but it's just a pointer to what is happening around us now that we need to really take cognizance of and see how we can rectify it. Slide, please. Okay, while they are trying to get that sorted out, my presentation is going to center around treatment of malaria. But I won't go into the nitty-gritties since I'm talking to lecturers. As pharmacists, anytime a patient comes to our counseling room, what we look out for are a lot. We talk about pharmacodynamics, pharmacokinetics, pharmacoeconomics, and all this runs through our mind in less than a split second to help us carefully say, this is the right drug for treatment or not. So Lonart has been in the fight of malaria for a very long time. How many of us remember Lonart being confined to the custody of, malaria being confined to the custody of Lonart way back? Malaria don't pafuka, thank you very much. That's it. So Green Life now says, with this presentation, next slide please. With this presentation, I want to provide you with some evidence to correct some misgivings. And I will advise you to also do your own research. And at the end, if what we discuss here today is right, please advocate the use of Lonart tablets for the treatment of malaria. Next slide, please. So Lonart meets a total international pharmacopoeia in the preparation of artemether and lumefantrine as a useful molecule, ACT, for the curing of malaria. Next slide, please. Maybe you might want to take out the slide here, yeah? If that's okay for you. Next slide. So Lonart has been around for 19 years. It has been tested and trusted. I doubt if there's anyone seated here today that has not used Lonart to treat malaria. Okay, so over these 19 years, we've built trust and we've actually helped to tackle this. This was a crop up from the Guardian newspaper of Thursday last week, which says, hope dims in ending malaria by 2023. Why? Because there's growth of malaria is becoming untreatable, mosquitoes are becoming what? Uncontrollable. This is a problem. Next slide shows a clip which says Nigeria is sitting on a ticking time bomb as resistance to recommended anti-malaria drugs and mosquito insecticide treated nights is being developed. And nobody is doing anything about it. So there used to be one musician that says, there's fire on the mountain and there's nobody who is on the run, right? So let's see the next slide, please. So what has changed in the last 5 years? Next slide. So there was a study done in Benin City. It showcased the fact that there are therapeutic failures after regimens of AL has been used to treat malaria. Next slide. Also in Ebonyi State, there's prevalence of potential mediators of artemisinin resistance in P. falciparum. We all know that P. falciparum is the most dangerous strain when it comes to Plasmodium species. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so it's easy to be so oblivious of the obvious. Something becomes so common, so easy, so repetitive that you don't take care of the obvious. So consider yourself as a, back please. Consider yourself as a 5-year-old. If you are offered cola nuts and candy, which will you take? House, one person should answer me please. If as a 5-year-old child you are offered cola nuts and a candy, which will you prefer? Candy, of course. Despite the enormous medicinal properties of cola nuts, you will choose what? Candy. So next please. So our patients are like young children. So when they come to our counseling room, what we will see them say at times is, I don't like taking tablets. I prefer injections. Do you not give them the injections because they don't like taking tablets? Of course, no. That's not what our practice teaches us. Next slide, please. Now, cola nuts are like the anti-malaria tablets we take. Why the candy is like the soft gels you use in treating malaria. Because soft gels are actually created or developed to take care of bad taste. Right? Now, if you repeat something 100 times, it becomes true. So let's see, why do you think soft gels were made? Next slide. Let's uncover the truth. Do we remember this product? How many of us remember this product? Halfan. What's the instruction we normally give to our patients when we give them this product? We say take with fatty meals. Take with what? Milk. Do you know how closely related Halfan is to lumefantrine? How many of us tell our patients, we will give them AL, remember to take with fatty meal or milk? The answer begs to be answered. The answer begs for response, right? Next slide, please. Okay, this is not so clear. But this is a pack of Lonart that was dispensed in a hospital by a doctor. And the dosage instruction is what? 1-1. Is that the right way to dose an AL? Of course not. It's 10 hour, 1 makes what? 8 hours.
with us, Professor Ayodeji Olayinka Johnson Agbola. Please a round of applause for him. We say a big thank you to you. Thank you for joining us. It's also with the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academy, Professor Mrs. Olatundo A. Oderinde. Please a round of applause for her. Thank you very much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have with him the Deputy Vice Chancellor Admin, Professor Charles Adekoya. Please a round of applause. We say big thank you to every entourage that joined the VC to be part of this opening ceremony. Thank you very much for coming, sir. We celebrate you. Thank you for coming, ma. We also have with him the Registrar of the school, Dr. Orukoton Caleb. Please a round of applause for him. Thank you for joining us. And also the University Librarian, Professor Faintola Onifade. Thank you for joining us. The school pastor is also here with us, Mr. Olufemi Stephen Showomi. Thank you for joining us. Please a round of applause for all these entourage that have come with the Vice Chancellor. We celebrate you a great deal. Thank you. Please, you can have your seat, sir. Please, we can all be seated. I'll be inviting some other guests to join them on stage right now, and then we start with the national anthem. Please permit me to bring forward the chairman of this opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to especially bring forward Dr. Okwayemi Akinyele to please join us on stage. Please a round of applause for her. She's the Managing Director of Shalina Healthcare Nigeria Limited. We also have one of our special guests in our midst. We recognized her earlier, but I'd like to use this opportunity to officially bring her to join us on stage. She is the Vice Chancellor of Caleb University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Chinedum Babalola, FPSN. Chrisland, I apologize. Vice Chancellor Chrisland University. Please, sincere, it's a slip of tongue. Please, let's celebrate our mother. Thank you very much for joining us. You're welcome, ma'am. Also, I'd like to bring forward the keynote speaker for this event. He is Dr. Kunle Tometi, MPSM. Please, a round of applause for him, as he also joins us right now on stage. Please, let's celebrate these special people, because it's very difficult to find these very special people available, but they've given us their time and they're willing to give their resources to us. I would greatly honor your presence in our midst. He's the president-elect of NAPSA USA and is the keynote address speaker for the event. Thank you very much for joining us. I would also like to bring forward the national president, the national chairman of Napa. Please help me welcome Professor Olubenga Akinkunmi to please join us on stage. Thank you very much, sir. I also like to bring forward the representative of the PSM president. The president is unavoidably absent, but he has his representative with us, Professor Moses Akomo. Please a round of applause for him. He's representing the PSM president in our midst. Thank you for joining us. I would like to bring forward, without wasting time, the PSN chairman of Ogun State, pharmacist Otumba Dewale Adenuba. Please a round of applause for him. We'd like to request that he join us on stage also. I also like to bring forward the chairperson of Napa, Olabisi Onabanjo University, Dr. Mrs. O.C. Babalola. Please a round of applause for her. She's been doing a lot to ensure that everything is going as planned. Thank you for all that you've done and will continue to do. I would like to bring forward the chairman of the local organizing committee, Dr. E.O. Onyiloye. Please a round of applause for him as he also joins the stage. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I also like to bring forward the official host, and that is the Dean of the Faculty of Pharmacy, Olabisi Onabanjo University, Professor L.S. Kassim. Please a round of applause for him. He's already with us on stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as I have more names, I'll bring them forward to be recognized. May we rise for the national anthem.
Nigeria.
be seated? Thank you. Please ask your neighbor, did you sing the national anthem? All right, so please understand that we have a state national anthem. Please can we rise? I apologize. Now I will ask you again to ask your neighbor, did you sing the Ogun State national anthem? So this is an event and Ogun State has an official national anthem. Please.
We are the pride of our father's land. Here men of character and great knowledge are produced. We blaze the trail in our mother's land. Excellencia, humana et patriotus, not only for us, but also people around the world. We shine the light of the knowledge gained. Oh, you grace! Oh, you grace! Born in Ogun State and shining all the earth. We are the pride of the world today.
Thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we welcome all our special guests, and I would like to especially welcome you all. Please help me look to your neighbor to the right and to your left. Tell your neighbor, welcome to the conference. Welcome to Gateway State. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 22nd Annual National Scientific Conference of the Nigeria Association of Pharmacists in Academia. The theme for this year is Pharmacy Education, Research, and Practice towards global relevance. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Gateway 2024. Please a round of applause for ourselves. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I've been informed that the registrar sent a representative. Please, I would like to invite the representative of the PCN registrar to please join us on stage. Please a round of applause for him as he joins us right now. I'll get the name as soon as the person is seated. Please a round of applause. Let's celebrate the PSN registrar representative. So ladies and gentlemen, my name is Pharmacist Ayo Badijoko. It's a pleasure to be the host for this event, and this gives me great joy to be back home. I'm a product of Olabisi Onabanjo University Faculty of Pharmacy. Please celebrate my alma mater. Thank you for making me who I am, and I will continue to fly the flag high out there at the global stage. So ladies and gentlemen, to kickstart this event, I would like to bring forward, to give the welcome address, the National Chairman of Napa. Please help me welcome Professor Ezekiel Akinwumi to the microphone.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's nice seeing everyone, and I welcome you to this special occasion. I have asked the MC to set protocol, and he said he's going to do it. So I want to stand on protocols yet to be set, so that I don't make much errors. The President of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Professor Sri Usifo, FPSN, ably represented by Professor Moses Akam. You are welcome, sir. The President asked to be away. If you've been with us in the past few years, he has always been on ground, but the exigencies of the assignments has to make him, and he is ably, fully represented. The First Chancellor, sir, thank you, despite all the odds. We appreciate you. And all other managements, ladies and gentlemen, I thought I would just mention those before the MC did proper protocol. I have a long speech, but I do not want to fall into the error of last year. After I made my speech last year, the chairman opening ceremony, Pharmacy Katai, he told me that I have already made the keynote address. So I do not want to repeat that error. I will leave us to read most of what is there. I will just put a bit summary so I don't spend much time here. I hope you just pardon me. Distinguished audience and guests, it's 3 years in a row now, and how times fly. In a succession of 3 years, I've had the unique privilege and honor to address you all in this role as the National Chairman of our dear prestigious association, the Nigeria Association of Pharmacists and Academia, popularly called Napa. First, it was IFE 2022. The keynote address speaker then, Professor Chinedu, His Papadola is here. We thank you for making it this time again. Then it was Harmony 2023, which was there by pharmacist Yakasai, and the keynote is Professor, I just forgot her name now, from Unilag. Odukoya. Unilag is well represented, my chairman is there. And now we are in Gateway 2023. Having been empowered by eminent scholars, most of whom will be here for this conference, we received the strength at IFE as we revisited the basics. We went straight to harmonize our strengths, and we have now entered through the gateway to the wide field of action and professional prosperity in both local and global landscapes. My people, it has been a journey with a lot of memorable stories together. I welcome all. Our theme this year is Pharmacy Education, Research and Practice towards local and global relevance. In order to contextualize the theme, we have decided to use the colloquial term local to represent the phrase local and global. The integration of the two words is significant on its own. It signifies accurately the fact that local and global relevance are not mutually exclusive. As Nigerian pharmacists in academia, we originate locally, but we are local, global citizens. The globe is our market. We are hotcakes. We are intellectuals of repute and international experts. We are a city set on a scale that cannot be hidden. We are the very best or the very blessed. Can you clap for members of Napa? We have, we thought this year, a versatile professional to do justice to this topic. As a professional, he has distinguished himself in both training and practice of the profession in Nigeria and the US. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me our keynote address speaker for this year, Pharmacy Dr. Adekunle Tomet Family. He will be introduced better during the course of the program. He is the president of NAPSA. This year's conference can also be safely tagged a conference of empowerment. Our goal is to empower ourselves with relevant information we need as we serve in our threefold callings as academics, teaching, research, and community service. For these reasons, therefore, in this conference, the table is set for a mentorship class to be led by Professor Oluwatoyin Odeko, PSN, of the Faculty of Pharmacy, University of ER, 6 years seated. Please let's appreciate AR. With the title How to Make Success of Your Academic Pharmacy Career, I urge all our younger colleagues, either you are here physically or virtually, to look forward to a very rewarding lecture from someone who has evidently proved our worth in this area. In addition to this, we also have an academic pharmacy practice titled Building a Sustainable Academic and Professional Journal to Global Standard, which is going to be led by Professor Emmanuel Ipesim, FPSL. Lastly, the third sub-team will be Nigerian Research Institution Strategies for Productive Celebrations, led by Professor Martins Emeji, FPSL, with the CEO of NNMDA. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our chairman of the ceremony, Dr. Bayemi Akiyeli, who graciously accepts to chair this. We welcome you, ma'am. We have received tremendous support from our chief host here, the first chancellor of Olabisi Onabanjo University, Professor Yoteji Olayinka Johnson Agbola. We must put on record that when our first chancellor was informed of this conference, I was reliably informed that he joyfully accepted us and promised to give us all the support. This he has done in the most exemplary manner. You can be sure that whether you are here in Sogamo or over there in Agogo, the first chancellor has assured us that everywhere is home for us. I think I'm saying it myself. So we are fully at home. We thank the PSM Kwara State for giving us the support. And Chairman, Pharmacist Otumba Adewale Adenuga is here with us. We appreciate you, sir. Distinguished guests and noble audience, please help me welcome my president. Is not here, but is ably represented as mentioned. Thank you very much, my dean and my former dean, Professor Moses Akamu. Is the editor-in-chief of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. I appreciate all past presidents, board of fellows, and members of the National Executive Committee of PSF for the beautiful time we have had together. I appreciate the comradeship of my colleagues, in ACPN, Ahapun, Nahib, and others. We appreciate the professional and productive alliances we have enjoyed with APS and PSN, YPG, and CPAN, and even with our students. All PANS, dear PANS member here, wave your hand. Thank you. I understand you are in holiday. Thank you for still coming to be with us here. We are grateful to God for blessing Napa with a team of highly visionary, committed, and versatile individuals. In this respect, the encouragement I have received from the NEC of Napa are greatly appreciated. Some members of NEC are here. I appreciate all of you. Council members, that the chairman and secretary of all our branches. Thank you. I appreciate you. I will ask you to stand up, but please just take it like that. The support we receive from RBC members when during long meetings, we are far-reaching, but sometimes difficult decisions have been reached, which have helped us in our collective roles. My thumb up for you all. Thanks for my chairman here, Dr. Ms. Babalola. Thanks for the LOC chairman, Dr. Oyenloye Dapo. Thank you, and the Lord bless you. I thank my departments, faculty, and university for their leadership. I thank all members of NEC and my IPC, National Secretary, Financial Secretary, Treasurer, PRO, Assistant Secretary, and the ever supportive and understanding editor-in-chief of Napa Journal. I appreciate those who pray for me. I thank those who seem to have views different from mine. I plead for forgiveness from all those who have offended. Definitely, I have stepped on toes. Just take me as I am. It's just for things to work well. I love everyone and have nothing against anyone. You have all been a blessing. I can say that what is happening in this conference is that I am graduating from a 3-year course with my course mates. You are the one to assess me if I passed. I'll be handing over to the next team of leaders of our dear association. I want to plead that we continue to extend same and even greater hands of fellowship to them all, but most especially the chairman. Let me thank Dr. John Ayorede, a past national chairman and the chairman of the electoral committee, for the good work the committee is doing in this regard. Finally, to our sponsors, donors and well-wishers, despite the dwindling economic fortune and situation of our country, you are still able to give us overwhelming support. We appreciate every single kobo, naira, and other form of support we receive from you. Thank you all for bailing us out. In order not to miss any name for now, I refer you to the relevant section of our booklet for you to see those soldiers that have not allowed our efforts and blouses, our sacks and blouses to fall down. I think Yoruba people will understand that. Àwọn òṣùpá tí ò jẹ́ kí a sọ, àwọn èjìká tí kò jẹ́ kí a sọ, ó yẹ̀ ní ọrùn wa. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yìí o. As we deliberate on our researches through oral and poster presentation, as we listen to some of our sponsors, as we contribute in our AGM, as we spend time to connect and reconnect and form networks and friendships, as we come out with a communique that we all be proud of, and as we journey back safely to our different destinations whenever each of us decide to leave. I believe the gentlemen of the press that are here and all media houses will give us a good and balanced coverage and reporting of the proceedings of this conference, notwithstanding the lateness of our host. And finally, I thank my kids. 3 of them are here. I thank myself and my wife, Olubisi, who is also here. Who will always say, Daddy, Daddy, eat your food. I think I will now start to eat, not only to eat my food, but also to relax and sleep soundly after eating. My wife, are you there? Can you just wave your hand so there is no where you are? That's the one pushing me around. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Please, he deserves a big round of applause. Always working, never working. Thank you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have in our midst the distinguished Vice Chancellor of Olabisi Onabanjo University, Vice Chancellor of Academics, Professor Latundu Aposede Oderinde, and also Professor Charles Adekoya. We are also honored to have in our midst the deans of faculties, all professors here present. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also honored to have the Vice Chancellor, Chrisland University, Professor Chinedum Babalola, seated already on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, the Registrar, the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, Pharmacist Ibrahim Babashio Ahmed, send the representative. Please, I'm still waiting to get the name so I can recognize him right now. So also we have the President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Professor O.C. Yusifo, ably represented right here, and I'm trying to get his name now. Yes, Professor Moses Akomo. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you. I want to get the name right, so that's why I took my time. Also honored to have, he just spoke with us, the National Chairman of Napa, Professor Ezekiel Olubenga Akinkunmi. We also honored to have seated the Chairman, PSN Ogun State Pharmacist Otumba Adewale Adenugba, the Chairman of the opening ceremony, Dr. Okoyemi Akinyele, the Managing Director of Shalina Healthcare Limited, already seated on the high table. The Speaker, Pharmacist Dr. Kunle Tometi is also seated on the high table. The Chief Medical Director of Olabisi Onabanjo University Teaching Hospital, Dr. O.M. Fatunga Sher, the Director of Pharmaceutical Services DPS Ogun State, the Director of Pharmaceutical Services DPS OUTH, all the chairmen of the technical groups here in present, all the fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria here in present, all staff of Olabisi Onabanjo University, all the students of Olabisi Onabanjo University here in present, and the gentlemen of the press. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome every one of us. So ladies and gentlemen, up next, I would like to bring the host to give us his official welcome address, Professor L.S. Kasim. He was my former lecturer and is still my father. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, MC. Well, I have to stand on the existing protocols that has been rightly established by our MC. I greet all of us. Welcome to the 22nd Napa Conference. It is with immense pleasure and pride that I stand before you today as the Dean of the Faculty of Pharmacy, extending a warm and heartfelt welcome to every one of you to the prestigious University of Olabisi Onabanjo University and to this gateway state, Ogun State of Nigeria. This year's conference is not just a gathering, but a unique opportunity for us to come together, share our knowledge, and inspire each other. Ogun State is rich in history and vibrant culture. It provides the perfect backdrop for our discussions and deliberations. Let us use this platform to foster a spirit of collaboration and interaction that will shape the future of pharmacy in academia. Our theme for this year is pharmacy education, research and practice towards global relevance. This underscores our commitment to advancing the pharmacy field through groundbreaking research, collaborative learning, and the exchange of innovative ideas. The agenda is filled with insightful keynote address, thoughtful, provoking panel discussions, and interactive workshops, all designed to enrich our knowledge and spark new way of thinking. To our esteemed dignitaries and guests, your presence here today adds immense value to our conference. Your support and leadership are vital in shaping the future of our profession and addressing the challenges we face in healthcare. We are grateful for your engagement and we are looking forward to the wisdom and perspective you will share with us in this conference. To all the participants, whether you are seasoned professionals or emerging scholars or passionate students, your enthusiasm and dedication drive the success of this event. Our great citadel has many sophisticated research equipment. Here in our research lab over here, we have FT-IR spectrometer, we have a UV visible spectrometer, we have double beam spectrometer, we have a PCR machine, opening PCR machine, we have ultra low freezer, we have atomic absorption spectrometer, we have a lot of equipment in our central research here, which any of us can easily come around even to use when there is need for them. Thus, I encourage you to take full advantage of this conference networking, learning, and professional growth opportunities that are available over here. Engage with your peers, challenge your thinking, and live here inspired and empowered. As a special thank goes to the organizing committee, as well as all our sponsors, Shalina, Green Life Pharmaceuticals, and all others as well, that have contributed to the success of this our gathering together over here. Your commitment and hard work have made this gathering possible, and we are truly grateful for your efforts. As we embark on this enriching journey over the next few days, let us enhance the spirit of collaboration and innovation that defines our profession. Together, we'll achieve new heights and contribute in advancing pharmacy and healthcare. Once again, I welcome every one of us to the second Napa conference in Ogun State, and I wish all a fruitful, inspiring, and imparting conference in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, sir. So up next is the registrar of PCN, the representative is around. All right, so we'll move on. So right now, we'd like to listen to the PSN president, and before that, we'll take the pharmacy anthem. The chairman APS and maybe a few members of APS will join us to lead this particular item on the agenda. So the pharmacy anthem led by National Chairman APS. Okay, so I've been told to invite the National Chairman of APS to help us lead this particular item. Non-pharmacists just sit and watch the magic we're about to perform. Yes, we're in the lab and now we want to do some magic. So pharmacy anthem.
All pass. All the female pharmacists should come outside.
Pharmacy, we are proud of pharmacy. We members all of the glorious PSN, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. As men of honor, we join hands for pharmacy.
Pharmacists,
We are there.
drug making,
We are there.
dispensing,
We are there.
retailing,
We are there.
wholesaling,
We are there.
private selling,
We are there.
drug advice,
We are there.
pharmacy,
We are there.
God's name is
We are there.
Nigerians.
We are there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor M.A. Akomu. I will want to say that I will be standing on existing protocol. However, I would like to recognize our Vice Chancellor, which I've known for some time, and I know how much he has interest of pharmacy program in this university. And we sincerely want to appreciate you for all you have been doing for the profession. And we also want to appreciate all the management members here today for all the support you have given our Vice Chancellors to be able to support the profession in this university. Thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate you. On behalf of the President, I want to sincerely appreciate all the members of Napa that have come from far and near, and at the same time appreciate our host, because in the state we have PSN chairman who is rightly seated there. We really appreciate you for coming. So that I don't mix so much in terms of protocol that I've said I'm standing on existing protocol. I want to bring greetings from Professor Cyril Odianese Osufu, the FPSN, FNAFAM, the President of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. He had just sent me given me two messages to this conference we're having at Shagamu. If you look at the theme of the conference, that says pharmacy education, research and practice towards local relevance. We can say that this is a very good sign for us to discuss this issue when we look at our society. In total honesty, we know that when it comes to pharmacy profession, the engine room of the profession is what? The lecturers that are highly involved in molding the people that are going out to practice the profession outside. And that means we are in a great position to assist the nation building in terms of training the people that be able to come out. When they come out, they'll be able to contribute their quota to the development of this nation. And we're imploring us as lecturers, as engine room of the profession, whether you talk of community pharmacy, whether you talk about industrial pharmacy, whether you talk about administrative pharmacy, the hospital pharmacy, the engine room, the trainer are here today. And we are here to discuss the pharmacy education, research and practice. It's not only meant for our local, it's also meant for global. And we can see that we are contributing to the world. I was discussing with our friend this morning, our keynote address speaker, that's Dr. Tumeti. He said that we're just producing, we are waiting for them there. That means we are not only producing for local consumption, even everywhere in the world, they recognize the pharmacies coming out of this nation. And however, that means there's need for us to continue to do what we need to do, and that is mentorship. And fortunately, it's one of the things to be discussed here today by one of us as resource person, the former dean of Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Ibadan, Professor Mrs. Odeko. And I believe strongly, if we are able to mentor properly people that are coming out, whether into the global world of industry, or community practice, or hospital practice, or even the agencies that are involved in the control, regulatory agents, were agencies like NAFDAC, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, meaning that all the people that we're going to be mentoring can help us do the needful in the society. I want to implore all of us that as we come here today, we should have an open heart to learn from all our guest lecturers, the keynote address speaker, all other members that will be giving us different things in terms of around the theme we're going to discuss here today. I sincerely welcome all of you to Gateway 2024, and I pray that as you have come here, you will learn so much so that by the time you go back to your various institutions, you'll be able to impart the knowledge that we're going to gain from this place. Thank you, and I wish you all the best. And once again, I want to say the President would have loved to be here physically, and extend his greetings to everyone here today. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ogun State, the Gateway State, and we have a very special presentation to put us in that mode, so you know that you are really at home. So, ladies and gentlemen, for a dance presentation, please help me welcome Heartbeats Cultural Troupe as they come to serenade us and welcome us officially to Ogun State, the Gateway State. Please, a round of applause for them as they come for their presentation. Afterwards, the Vice Chancellor will be addressing us.
your hand. If you're happy and you don't know. If you're happy and you don't know. Get up and dance. Get up and dance. If you're happy and you know. Ilé Ìbàdàn ẹ̀bá mi ti dé sókè. Ẹ̀bá mi ṣe ẹ̀gbọ́n ọ̀la jíìkì. Lọ́nà bàbá mi ẹ̀gbọ́n ọ̀la jíìkì. Ikú sálọ lọ́dọ̀. Àrùn sálọ lọ́dọ̀ rẹ̀ o. Má ṣàṣe lè máa tó pé máa bọ́. Tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ńkọ́. Tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ńkọ́. Ìwọ fọlọ bí àwọn ẹ̀fọ́. Kí ni mo rí o? Ìwọ fọlọ bí àwọn ẹ̀fọ́ lọ́wọ́. Ìwọ fọlọ bí àwọn ẹ̀fọ́ lọ́wọ́. Ó mú wọn, ó kà ti yọ. Àwọn ọ̀tá yìí, ó mú wọn, ó kà ti yọ. Pàkúté òfò níyọ. Pàkúté òfò níyọ. Gbogbo wa, ẹ máa jà wípé máa fẹ̀ tún gbòòrò. Máa fẹ̀ tún gbòòrò. Máa fẹ̀ tún gbòòrò. Àwa lọ ó dìgbà ó ṣe ká má fi ikú yàrá wa ká má fàrùn yàrá wa. Àwa lọ ó dìgbà ó ṣe ká má fi ikú yàrá wa.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please let's give it up for Heartbeat Cultural Group for that fantastic dance presentation. Chancellor of the best university in the land, Olabisi Obanjo University, Professor Ayodeji Olayinka Johnson Agbola. Please let's celebrate our father as he gives his welcome remarks. You're welcome, sir.
The Sister Vice Chancellor here present, principal officers of the university, please permit me to adopt the protocol that I felt faulty a little bit, but it has been established for everybody to use. So adopt it as it is after accepting all that I've added onto it. Ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, my esteemed colleagues that are here, members of the press, it is with great pleasure and a deep sense of responsibility that I welcome you all to the 2024 Annual National Conference of the Nigerian Association of Pharmacists in Academia. This gathering, as you can see, brings together brilliant minds from across the country to share commitments towards the advancement in the field of pharmacy, as well as enhancing the quality of healthcare delivery in Nigeria. Of course, the role of pharmacists in our society cannot be overstated, right from the discovery to the development of new drugs, to ensure safe and effective use of medications. We realize that pharmacies are pivotal in safeguarding the public health. This conference serves as a crucial platform for us to exchange knowledge, share innovative ideas, and discuss the latest research and development in our field. As we all are aware, the landscape of healthcare is constantly evolving with new challenges and opportunities emerging every day. The theme of this conference was well chosen, titled Pharmacy Education, Research, Practice towards Local and Global Relevance at a point in time when the country is at crossroads. And that means it is both timely and relevant as it addresses the critical issue facing our dear nation and the profession as of today. It is a collective responsibility to always stay ahead of these changes and challenges in order to continue to provide innovation and contribute to the global discourse on healthcare delivery. Our role as academics, we are tasked with not only imparting knowledge, but also with fostering the next generation of pharmacists who will lead the profession into the future. This conference, as usual, is an opportunity for us to reflect on our practice, to learn from one another, and to inspire the students who look up to us as mentors and leaders. I would like to take this moment to acknowledge the hard work, as well as the dedication of the organizing committee, whose efforts have made this event possible. Your commitment, please let's clap for them if you want to. Because I remember most of the time they don't allow me to rest. Of course, if I to be not the interest I have for this conference, what happened to me last night is enough for me to ask the DVC account to come and represent me here today. As at this time yesterday, I was in Abeokuta there, where they summoned all the head of tertiary institutions in Ogun State. We did not leave Abeokuta until around 11:15 p.m. And I arrived my abode in Agowe few minutes after midnight. So even when the day called me early in the morning, I was still on my bed, and a few minutes after the registrar called me, I slept off on the couch. So all the phone calling me, I couldn't even hear it. Or somebody knocked at my door, and I said, oh my God, I'm supposed to be at somewhere. And I look at my phone, I have about 10 missed calls, people have been calling me. So I'm sorry, that is why we cannot actually have that meeting that we're supposed to have early in the morning. But what I'm trying to say is that the local organizing committee has been on my neck for the past 6 months or so, getting my commitment, getting the commitment of the management and the university for this conference. Please, a round of applause for them. Your commitment to excellence is evident in the quality of this conference, and I'm confident that this discussion and presentation will engage with both enlightening and inspiring. As we embark on this intellectual journey together today, let us remember the impact that our work has on the lives of millions of Nigerians. Let us strive to make meaningful contributions that will not only advance the field of pharmacy, but also improve the healthcare delivery in our community, our society, and our nation at large. Once again, I welcome you all to this important conference, and I wish you fruitful deliberation and a successful event. Thank you very much for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice Chancellor deserves a big round of applause. Let's celebrate him. Thank you for being here in person. We appreciate you, sir. So ladies and gentlemen, quickly back to back, we'll be taking goodwill messages, and we just want us to make it as snappy as possible. So first on my list is the Vice Chancellor of Christland University, Professor Chinedu Babalola, FPSM. Please a round of applause for her as she gives a goodwill message.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I also will stand observe the existing protocol, but I'll definitely pay, thank you very much, respect to my own colleague here, Professor, well, I call him the #1 citizen in OOU, Professor Johnson Abuola. When he came in with retinue of his management staff, I was overwhelmed. It's not usual for a Vice Chancellor to come with all, practically all, his management staff for a gathering like this. The 2 Deputy Vice Chancellors, the Registrar, the Librarian, he left no one behind. And he just brought them here. I mean, it's amazing. It shows how much he loves our association. Thank you very much, sir, for this honor. And so we honor you too. He has just a new, bring it. He has a pharmacy in his, will I say, DNA. Let me put it that way, because recently we were discussing, I think it was last year, thereabouts, sorry, let me get this out. And he was asking me how to set up a central lab and and have all sorts of equipment in that lab for this university. And I was amazed at his interest. And of course, I gave him some tips during that discussion. So, Faculty of Pharmacy, OOU, have a very fantastic Vice Chancellor. So go to him and you will get what you want. Of course, I also recognize the #1 pharmacist in Nigeria, Professor Cyril Osifo, a proud academic pharmacist. We are fortunate to have him as the PSN president, ably represented by Professor Moses Jacobo. Thank you so much. And then our #1 academic pharmacist, none other than Professor Lubenga Akinkume. I was telling him today that thank God that he became a professor while doing this work so passionately. So I'm delighted to be here. I recognize all the dignitaries and the Faculty of Pharmacy of OOU led by the Dean, the LOC and all that. It was interesting that a few months ago, the LOC paid me a visit and I was wondering, I didn't know that they were the LOC members. They visited my office. It was interesting and we had a nice time together. So I promised that I'll be here despite everything and I'm glad to be here. So quickly, on behalf of our institution, Christland University, Abeokuta, including our Chancellor, High Chief Dr. Mrs. Winifred Awoshika, OON, the Pro-Chancellor, members of Board of Trustees, the management, staff, and students. I congratulate the chairman of Napa and all Napa members, our guests, our keynote speaker, Dr. Kunle Tometi, all the way from USA, the guest speakers, and all participants and friends here to this 22nd Napa conference tagged Pharmacy Education, Research and Practice towards Local and Global Relevance. I believe that this theme is well chosen and will ginger up a transformational change in the academic sector in this profession by the grace of God. We hold the cradle and produce the practitioners. And we're looking at pharmacy education, research and practice towards local and global relevance. It's a comprehensive topic. And as I was coming here, somebody I will call a mentee called me all the way from University of Sokoto. Interestingly, I went to University of Sokoto so many years ago for accreditation, and I got at least 4 mentees from there. They call me from time to time. This young lady, when I got there, she was still a PhD student. Today she has her PhD. And I said, "Oh, Amina, are you in Shagamu already?" She said no, that she's planning to travel to the US on TED Fund grant. So we talked a bit about it in Morgan University. And I know she does phytomedicinal research in PharmChem. Almost all her publications, she's well cited. And how did you get your host? She said, "Oh, it was from LinkedIn. The host contacted her." Are you hearing my story? The host contacted her based on her work and her publications. So with that contact, she applied for TED Fund, and she got TED Fund, and she's going for postdoc to that place. And I looked at it. That is someone carrying out research on our local materials, right? She's already having what? Global attention and global relevance. So she's going to spend 1 year there. That should tell us something. The kind of education we should be providing. You look at pharmacy education, we have to look at the local relevance, tailoring the curricula to meet our specific needs. Actually, we should be looking at how our training can address both local and global health needs. So tailor what we teach, tailor our curriculum to local needs. What are the prevalent diseases? What are cultural implications? What are the specific healthcare needs in our nation? Global relevance, you must incorporate international standards. If that young lady did not incorporate international standards in her research, she will not be contacted. Many times, I ask myself, are we really relevant? We're having so many schools of pharmacy right now. We have many pharmacists coming out. Are we really relevant? How can we be more relevant? We're having Japa syndrome. How many pharmacists are Japaing to practice? If you look at it, most of the pharmacists that are Japaing are going into education. They want to do their masters. They want to do their PhD. Just go and check it. That's what is happening in most places. Meaning that we must be training in a way that will meet needs, people's health care needs, locally and internationally. We are going to talk about pharmacy practice in the same way, the local relevance as well as the global relevance. What are the needs? Last night, I was talking to somebody who is a natural, how did he call himself? He's into herbal medicine practice. And he's a man of God. He has medicinal plant garden in Nigeria and he has in the US. He's even 85 years old. He runs schools. And he never went to a pharmacy school. He taught me so much on what his plants can do. And I began to think, yes, I'm a bishop's wife in a rural place. The very first medical outreach I did, I spent over 800,000. And I saw it was not sustainable. How am I going to get all the drugs to be doing this many times? So there must be local plans that they have there that I have to teach them about and how they can use them to be in good health. That was what was going on in my mind. What is the local relevance of what we're doing? And they can grow them. You can grow all these things behind. If he's growing them in the US, growing them in Oshobo, teaching people, we should do it better. Hello. So that's the way we're looking. Then let's look at in collaboration. Collaboration, integration, collaboration is very important. Partnership with local institutions. We should look at that. Many schools of pharmacy in this country, this is the best way we can collaborate. When we are here together, how can we collaborate more? How do we know what's happening in Ibadan, Lagos, new universities, and so on? How do we strengthen one another? We must be doing that. I know we have a platform, but we celebrate each other. How do we come together? How can 2 schools of pharmacy, 3 schools of pharmacy come together to do something that would call attention of Nigerian government? We should be looking at that. Local collaboration, global collaboration as well. What are the best practices in pharmacy education that we can adopt into ours? Very, very important. Even collaboration with the industry. I've told myself when I come down from this job, by the grace of God, which will be very soon, I plan, God giving me the grace, go to a pharma industry, stay with them for some more, go and do internship again in pharma industry, in community pharmacy, in hospital pharmacy. I want to retrain myself so that if I'm teaching in the classroom, carrying out research, I'm being relevant. I am being current. And in pharmacy, I like that diversification. I want us to appreciate Mr. Leke today. Mr. Leke Adels came to my office. And I taught him in Ife, and he was telling me what he was doing, and I was overwhelmed, excited. And I brought him, he constructed our anatomy lab, Mr. Leke. And that was out of all the people we gave contracts to construct labs in our university, that of Adels is the best. Yes. And he's a pharmacist. So I was overwhelmed when I heard him talking about chemicals. You can get any chemicals. Immediately I went online. These are kind of people we should be collaborating with. We should go back and collaborate with our students who are doing well. Hello. As I close, future directions, explore new models of teaching and learning. I'll continue to promote that. Learning has changed. Learning has changed. Everywhere learning has changed. In my university, I say, you must teach problem-solving ways, solution providing. The children have changed. They can Google anything on AI and get what they want. But we must change with them. There are changes, we have to change with them, adopt the AI in our education and research. And most students and patients, they know what is wrong with them. So how can we help them better? And there is importance of balancing our approach with education, research, and practice, ensuring that professionals are equipped to address both local and global health challenges. In Krishna University, it was my dream to start pharmacy school. By the first year, we designed a building for medicine and pharmacy, but we have not been able to do that. But we're able to start the College of Basic Medical Sciences and we have a thriving nursing department that has now become a faculty of nursing. Just within 3 years, became a faculty. And then medical lab science, doctor of physiotherapy, that's the first to be accredited in the whole of Africa. I think you should clap for us. Yes. However, even though we don't have a school of pharmacy, we've been able to organize workshops that address drug discovery. We had a 4-day hands-on training workshop on the basics of computer-aided drug design with JARIS. We collaborated with JARIS Computational Center in 2021. What was the outcome? A lot of people embraced it, but one of our lecturers, who was just a PhD student in biochemistry, embraced it so much, adopted it to her study, her PhD, and has published so well. When it was time for promotion last year, she got double promotion from assistant lecturer to lecturer 1, based on how she adopted that conference. I pray that some of you will adopt what we go on here today, and the sky will not be your limit. And she has got other global recognition because of it. In October this year, we'll be running a workshop on traditional and herbal medicine challenges and prospects for translational research. That was what led me to do that call last night. And we have been supporting our staff too to attend some research trainings in Nigeria, part of our building block for whenever pharmacy would start. And even if it doesn't start, all these other programs we have, we promote pharmaceutical research. So there are things that we'll continue to do, and we will continue to support and do our best in this field. I wish all of us fruitful deliberations, and I thank you for inviting me. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. He is indeed a brand ambassador of the pharmacy profession. Please, let's celebrate her one more time. Thank you, ma'am. All right, so the next goodwill message should be delivered by the DG of the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, Professor Martin Emeji, FPSN, but he's not available today. He will join us tomorrow. He has a session tomorrow. So please, let's look forward to that. So up next, I would like to bring forward the Chairman of Board of Fellows, PSN, Pharmacist Dr. Joel Adagazu. Please, a round of applause as she comes forward for his presentation. It has not come up. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to specially invite the National Chairman APS, Pharmacist Nena Lan. Please, she led the team that sang the pharmacy anthem. Please, a round of applause for her. She comes to give a goodwill message on behalf of APS National. Please, all the members of APS, let's celebrate one of our own. Come on. Make some noise for her. Thank you very much for joining us, man.
Standing on the existing protocol, my name is Pharmacist Ololade Budisola Folarin. I'm the HAP chairman for Ogun State, so I'll be standing in for the national chairman. So I'm going to read our goodwill message now. Dear colleagues and the esteemed girls present here today, it is with great honor and a deep sense of appreciation that I address you all as the national chairman of the Association of Ladies Pharmacists of Nigeria on this great occasion of the 22nd Annual Scientific Conference of the Nigerian Association of Pharmacists in Academia. Although I'm unable to be with you in person due to the circumstances beyond my control, my thoughts and best wishes are with you throughout this important gathering. The theme for this year's conference, Pharmacy Education, Research, Practice towards Global Relevance, could not be more timely or significant. As we navigate an increasingly interconnected and rapidly changing world, the importance of ensuring that pharmacy education, research and practice are globally relevant cannot be overstated. The challenges we face in the pharmaceutical sector today are global in nature, and our responses must reflect a commitment to excellence, innovation, and the highest standards of practice. I'm confident that this conference will serve as a vital platform for meaningful discussions and the exchange of ideas that will drive the global relevance of pharmacy education, research and practice. Napa, as a key stakeholder in the academic and professional landscape of pharmacy in Nigeria, play a critical role in shaping the future of our profession. Your dedication, academic standards, your dedication to advancing the field through rigorous academic standards, innovative research, and the effective management of educational programs is commendable. Pharmacist practice research, as we are well aware, is fundamental to the optimization of patient care and the safe and effective use of medications. It is through this research that we can identify and minimize the risk of adverse drug reaction, ensure equitable access to pharmaceutical care, and enhance the overall equality of healthcare delivery. The multidisciplinary approach that Napa embodies, drawing on experts from various healthcare disciplines, is essential for the continued advancement of our profession. I would like to particularly acknowledge the critical role that Napa plays in the academic sphere, including ensuring that the academic performance of our graduating pharmacists meet and exceed global standards, preparing them to be competent and competitive on the world stage, and also effectively managing the integrity and maintenance of all academic records within the College of Pharmacy, including the approved curriculum and the creation and maintenance of course schedules. These responsibilities are crucial for maintaining the high standard of pharmacy education that are necessary for global relevance. As you deliberate on this important issue during this conference, I wish you fruitful discussion and successful outcome. May your effort continue to elevate the status of pharmacy profession in Nigeria and beyond. And may this conference be a stepping stone towards greater achievement in the years to come. Thank you and God bless. This is good message from Pharmacist Koleska Land, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the National Chairman Association of Ladies Pharmacists of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So the final goodwill message, I would like to invite the representative of NAPSA. And NAPSA is Nigerian Association of Pharmacists and Pharmaceutical Science in the Americas. Please help me welcome Dr. Omei as comes forward to give the keynote address, to give the goodwill message on behalf of NAPSA. Please a round of applause for him. After now, the chairman of the opening ceremony will be addressing us.
Thank you very much for the invitation and standing, like they always say, on existing protocols. It's a pleasure to be here representing NAPSA, the Nigerian Association of Pharmacists and Pharmaceutical Scientists in the Americas. We have always been in collaboration with PSN and all the technical arms, and when we talk about both global and local relevance, it begins really truly with the pharmacy education, and that is why we are happy to be here to collaborate and to find ways that we can partner, ways that we can advance our profession both locally as well as internationally. We serve as a resource for the global component, and if there's any way and any opportunities that we can explore together, please feel free to reach out to us. We also always have our own annual conferences in September, and many of you have been to our conferences, and we will have one also in San Antonio, Texas, September 26th through the 29th. For those that can be there, we'll gladly invite you and hope that you will come. On behalf of our president, Emmanuel Izirin, and as well as our president-elect, who will be the keynote speaker, I want to thank you for the invitation. We are glad to be here, and we wish you a successful deliberation in your conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, up next is the official welcome address by the chairman of the opening ceremony. She is a pharmaceutical business leader, a mentor to many. Currently, she's the managing director of Shalina Healthcare Nigeria Limited. Please welcome with me Dr. Opeyemi Akinyele. Please a round of applause for her.
Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and guests, Vice Chancellor of Olabisi Onabanjo University, the esteemed members of the Nigeria Association of Pharmacists in Academia. It is an esteemed pleasure to be standing in front of you here today, and especially an honor to be made the chairman of this conference, although I keep asking Prof what I'm doing here. I'm a businesswoman, and you all have succeeded in intimidating me and every one of us. I'm sure I echo the sentiments of everyone here that are not pharmacists, but then I'm holding you accountable to one of the statements you made in your speech, wherein you said the registrar would induct me today. Yeah. I am honored to welcome you all to the 22nd annual conference of the Nigerian Association of Pharmacists in Academia. This gathering of brilliant minds and dedicated professionals in the field of pharmacy is a testament to the commitment that you all have to advancing the practice, education, and research of pharmacy in Nigeria. And as pharmacists in academia, you all play a pivotal role in shaping the future of healthcare through your service, your research, work, and knowledge impacted through your teaching efforts. I'm particularly enthused by the theme of this year's conference, as it resonates as an apt response from the academic community to the various efforts from different quarters in the present day to achieve localization in our country towards building a self-sustaining and independent healthcare system, of which provision of quality, affordable, and available pharmaceutical products play a major part. I thought I was going to have more time, but then our time is fast spent, and I also want to give time for other speakers to share their thoughts on the theme of the conference. I'm sure you all want to hear from Dr. Tometi, for instance. Yeah, you all want to hear from the keynote speaker, so I wouldn't want to take the place of the keynote speaker. But I would want to set a context of the theme of the conference because it especially resonates with me, and like I mentioned earlier, is apt. I put together a few slides for this purpose because Prof had asked me to. Where am I pointing it to? Okay, thank you. Yeah. So the title of the conference, it doesn't need any further introduction because it's been said often today. Pharmacy education, research, and practice towards global relevance. Permit me to emphasize on global because I've heard global and global said here today. I'm sure a lot of people here are like me hearing global for the first time because I heard the term global when I was invited for the conference, and then I took my time to really research, and then initially I also thought it was global. Yeah, so it is global, towards global relevance. and I would like to subtitle the context setting as preparing for the future of healthcare in a globalized world. While I'm sure we have a lot of insightful academic lineups for the conference, I will be outlining the global concepts as it relates to pharmacy education, research, practice towards local relevance in three concepts: local pharmacy education, local pharmacy research, and local pharmacy practice. Speaking on further emphasis on local for our understanding, what is local? Local simply implies thinking globally while acting locally. Foley, can you please help me? The global term is a term that combines global and local. It refers to the idea of thinking globally, but acting locally, recognizing the interconnectedness of the world while also considering the specific context and impact that it has on our local environment. Simply put, thinking globally against the backdrop of how it relates to us in our local communities. The concept emphasizes the importance of finding a balance between the global trends and local needs, promoting sustainability and cultural diversity. Now, speaking on, I mentioned earlier that I want to speak on I want to split it into three different concepts: local pharmacy education, local pharmacy research, and local pharmacy practice. Next slide. Okay. Local pharmacy education is driven by the need for global health competencies, cultural competence, and understanding and communication. Pardon me. The importance of local pharmacy education is highly relevant in today's interconnected world. As healthcare systems become increasingly globalized, pharmacists are required to possess not only an in-depth understanding of local regulations and practices, but also a broader perspective that encompasses global trends and advancements in pharmaceutical science. By incorporating elements of global perspectives into the pharmacy curriculum, students are better equipped to navigate the complexities of the pharmaceutical industry on a worldwide scale. Exposure to diverse healthcare systems and practices also fosters a greater sense of cultural sensitivity and understanding amongst future pharmacists, ensuring that they can effectively communicate and collaborate with patients and professionals from different backgrounds. Communication is especially critical in the understanding of research outcomes and recommendations of continuous study requirements. Now, speaking of research as it relates to communication, when we do our research work on a global stage, when we do our research work locally, on a global stage, it's important for us to have effective communication of our research work. We need to ensure that we are able to communicate. We need to base our work on a backdrop of what is relatable globally. So speaking on global relevance, we need to, this is driven by the need for global perspective, cultural sensitivity, and communication. Next slide, please. Going to global. You jumped. Anyway, not a problem. Speaking on local pharmacy education initiatives, I want to touch base on some initiatives that are relevant. Hosting workshops and training sessions for pharmacy students to learn about global health issues
and how they can make a difference in their own communities are one of such. Collaborating with international organizations to provide exchange programs for pharmacy students to experience different healthcare systems and practices around the world. Some other local pharmacy education initiatives includes implementing telemedicine initiatives to connect pharmacy students with patients in underserved areas both locally and globally. Incorporating cultural competencies, trainings into the pharmacy curriculum to prepare students to work with diverse patient populations. Now speaking on local research, local being the operational word. Local research in pharmacy involves collaborative research networks, global health-focused research, and translation of research into local practice. Some examples of local pharmacy research initiatives include collaboration between local pharmacies and global pharmaceutical companies to improve access to essential medications in underserved communities. Research projects focusing on the impact of cultural practices and beliefs on medication adherence and health outcomes in diverse populations. Studies analyzing the effectiveness of pharmaceutical interventions in addressing specific health issues prevalent in both local and global settings. This also includes initiatives exploring the utilization of telemedicines. I mentioned this earlier. Point to note is every one of our works should be in such a way that it is relevant to global context, to both global context, and also addresses local requirements. The need of global pharmacy practice, I'm speaking on global pharmacy practice now, is with patient-centered care, global health initiatives, e.g. vaccination programs, screening programs as it relates to specific requirements within the country or within specific communities or environments that we choose to have our practices or research work. Interprofessional collaborations between pharmacists, microbiologists, doctors, and other parties in the healthcare industry. Some local pharmacy practice initiatives includes most of what I have already mentioned earlier. So I'm going to skip that so that I don't take too much of our time further. Drivers of local pharmacy education and research includes the increasing interconnectedness of the world. Nigeria is experiencing a lot of brain drain. We have, aside the brain drain, at different points in time, we would have the requirement to go study abroad. And when that happens, we need to have, students can't just leave a Nigerian university and directly go practice in the UK or in America. For instance, you have to undergo some further studies before, or some further certification and tests before you can practice. So it is important that, or rather one of the drivers of local pharmacy education and research is intended to navigate some of these challenges that I've just mentioned now. When our education system, when our curriculum is tailored to accommodate global requirements, and then we also connect with the academic community from the international world, from the international space, the international academic community, some of these challenges can easily be overcome. Another driver of local pharmacy education and research includes the rise of chronic diseases and epidemic outbreaks. Also included is the growing demand for affordable and accessible healthcare. Some benefits of local relevance: improved healthcare outcomes, enhanced global collaboration, like I mentioned earlier, increased cultural competence. Challenges to local relevance. From the global stage, from the global perspective, we have cultural differences when we leave here to go abroad. Lack of standardization. Our products in Nigeria, pharmaceutical products in Nigeria, cannot easily be exported to other countries without being subjected to some regulations. While that is okay, in the presence of standardization, some of this lag can be addressed. Regulatory variations, language barriers, resource disparity are some of the challenges faced. Cultural differences I mentioned earlier. Pharmacy education and research must adapt to cultural differences and various healthcare systems around the world, making it challenging to maintain. Thank you. Local relevance. The lack of standardized curricula and research methodologies across different countries can hinder the global relevance of pharmacy education and research. The different regulatory requirements in different countries can present obstacles when trying to apply research findings or educational practices globally. Coming to the local context, some of the challenges we face that can hinder global relevance includes alignment with global best practices, insufficient research funding, limited access to technology and resources, inadequate local collaboration, and diverse cultural perspectives. I'm going to skip to overcoming the challenges. For us to overcome the challenges, we need to strive towards collaboration with international partners, integration of local knowledge and practices, continuous professional development, promotion of interdisciplinary research, advocacy for policy changes. Now, advocacy is not one person's job. We all need to continue, we all need to come together to advocate for the kind of changes that we want to see within the Nigerian healthcare space. Future directions. Emerging trends and opportunities in global pharmacy education, research, and practice includes global collaboration. Pharmacies and educational institutions are increasingly working together on a global scale to share knowledge, research findings, and best practices in the field of pharmacy. Virtual learning, personalized medicine, digital health technologies were in a continuously evolving world where the world is going digitalized, and it's important that our learning, research, and practice also goes in the same direction so that to foster relevance, especially in the global space. Call to action. Like I said earlier, advocacy for one is not one person's job. The kind of changes we want to see, the kind of relevance that we want to achieve, both on a global and a local stage, is not one person's job. It's something we have to collectively do. It's imperative for us to work together towards achieving the global relevance in the field by combining our expertise, knowledge, resources We can address global health issues while also considering local needs and contexts. It is of utmost importance for us to continuously collaborate effectively to develop innovative solutions that can make real difference in our communities while staying globally relevant. Together, we can contribute to the advancement of healthcare on both global and local levels. Together, we can continuously advocate for policy changes. There is no better time than now that everyone has interest in localization. For us to be ready for the localization, for us to be able to meet up with the requirements, to actually make it worth the while, it starts from the academic community by ensuring that our research is apt, by ensuring that our research is globally relevant and also addresses local requirements. This is the future of our country. This is the future that we seek towards a self-sustaining or a self-reliant healthcare system within our country. We need to continue to advocate for policy changes that will support and promote the advancement of healthcare in our space in the area of pharmacy education, research and practice to achieve a globally relevant and self-sustaining pharmaceutical sector in Nigeria. I tried as much as possible not to speak on what we will be hearing in the in the course of this conference, but rather to set the tone of the conference. The theme of the conference is very apt, and I'm especially enthused and happy to be part of this conference. I want to congratulate the entire team. I want to congratulate Prof. Akikumi for setting this up, and especially for selecting such a team that is relevant to this current times. And I want to, on behalf of Shalina Healthcare, as we have always done in times past, to further commit to the value addition that we have brought to the academic community of pharmacy in Nigeria through the value-adding initiative of Shalina Young Talent Awards. We're looking forward to season 6 of that. And last year, we took it to 24 schools, the 24 pharmacy schools in Nigeria, and this year, we plan to do the same thing. This is part of Shalina's contribution to ensuring quality and affordable healthcare in Nigeria, and also to ensure that this becomes the rights of everyone in Nigeria. I hope through this initiative we have been able to contribute our quota to the society and to the entire academic community. I wish you all the best and congratulate you and wish you the best for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. A big thank you to Shalina for all that you've been doing, partnership, collaborations. We say a big thank you to you. So ladies and gentlemen, we've now reached one of the high points for this event, and that is the keynote address. Permit me to quickly read through his profile. I know our time is fast spent, so I just want us to go together. Please, let's open to page 28. You find his profile loaded and it's rich in content. But I'm just going to pick one or two lines. So I'm just going to read one or two lines on his profile. So ladies and gentlemen, I want him to please come to the podium. Pharmacist Adekunle Tometi. Please a round of applause for him as I read his profile. He's our keynote speaker, and we're honored to have you all the way from Napa. So that tells you that he's not here. So he's part of us, and we say big thank you. His executive summary, please let's go to page 28 and let's read together. high energy manager successful in building and motivating dynamic teams. He cultivates a work culture where team members feel comfortable voicing questions and concerns, as well as contributing new ideas that promote people and organization growth. He has 30 years plus multi-unit managerial and business planning experience. His strong strategic planning and people management skills is top-notch. He's excellent advocate for good pharmacy practice. He's committed to pharmacist empowerment in the US and in Nigeria. He has a bachelor's degree in pharmacy from the University of Ife, Great Ife, and also bagged his doctorate of pharmacy, doctor in pharmacy in Howard University, Washington, D.C., June 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a member of Council, Public Policy Council and Financial Affairs Council. He is a member of a 3-man audit committee, Texas Pharmacy Association, TPA 2018 to 2024. He is a NAPSA representative to PSN-NEC from 2019 to 2023. He's the president-elect of NAPSA 2023 to 2025. He's a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN. He's a fellow of NAPSA. He's a fellow of Nigeria Academic Pharmacy, NAFAM. Ladies and gentlemen, please I present to you our keynote speaker for this conference. A round of applause for him, Pharmacist Adekunle Tovet. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I stand on existing protocol, according to the VC, the amended, rebuilt, and updated protocol. Thank you very much, sir. Today I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. I see my lecturers here. I see a totally different collection of pharmacists. These are people that are much, much more brighter than me, brilliant than me. I see my classmates here. I see Professor Odeku and I see Dr. Lola. Those are the people that sat in the front of the class in those days. You see where they're still sitting. And folks like me, we were out there by the door. We're telling her that when the results come, I never check the pass list. I always check the receipt list. I say, oh, well, at least we can do it again and try to pass. So today, what we're actually trying to do here, according to the theme, is to innovate the future. Because the decisions we make today, based on how we practice in our work as pharmacists academia, based on how we practice or we lead or deliver knowledge to our people that are in research, or to pharmacists that practice in the community or wherever they are. Some of the decisions we make today, based on our presentation, we will make changes, and these changes will be far-reaching. These changes will bring about different outcomes. I think Adele mentioned earlier, he was talking about Blockbuster, not in that manner, but he mentioned something like that businesses that don't innovate. If you remember a few years ago, we always had this, everybody has a camera. You go buy a camera, you buy films, 24 exposure, and then you take your picture, you go and wash it. But where are those guys now? There was a time I had to fire a pharmacist because he brought a camera to the pharmacy, and that was not appropriate. That was against our policies and procedures. But today, everybody has a camera in the phone. So we, as pharmacists in academia, we also have to reinvent how we do our business. I think Happiness was mentioned something about 30 years in marriage. Well, thank God I'm over 30 now. I'm 31 years in marriage. But still, she said we have to find new ways of making sure we continue that progress. It is, in fact, what we're going to do today. Firstly, we will take a look at pharmacy education. We'll take a look at standards in pharmacy education. Then, from my experience of going to school here, we will bring it local. And by the way, that word local, when I send it to my interns, to start writing this thing up, they say there's an error in that flyer, and I sent it to the chairman. He said, no, that is the right word. So we'll come back and look at local and then see what are the things we can do different. Then we will talk about pharmacy research. We will see what attains globally. We will see what the opportunities are here in the country, and we'll see what we can do to bridge that gap. And finally, we'll take a small look at pharmacy practice, see the difference between here and the difference back home, the difference internationally, and see what we can do different with that. So what is pharmacy education? Pharmacy education prepares the grads to become pharmacists. And these people work in pharmaceutical services, they work in community pharmacy, they work everywhere, including academia. And what we've seen is, over the years, there's been a change on how pharmacists are developed. Now, I think in the US, I don't think there's any school still offering a bachelor's degree. Those of us that came over with our bachelor's degree, we got our post-bac degree years after, just to continue to remain relevant. So to be a pharmacist, if you're still offering a bachelor's degree, you must have a bachelor's degree or a PharmD, and then it's internship, experiential experiences, is a licensing exam. And I'm glad now that Nigeria actually administers licensing exam to pharmacists before they are licensed. In my days, there was nothing like that. And this has helped to set standards. So a pharmacy education provides strong background, a strong foundation in chemistry, anatomy, physiology, pharmacy law, drug interaction, a whole lot of things that prepares the pharmacist to be an expert, and be able to work in the community based on the need of the society and the outcomes that they wish to attain. We'll look at the importance of pharmacy education. I believe that even though I sat at the back of the class and I barely passed to graduate pharmacy school, the training that we got actually prepares us to be able to function in any environment that we're placed. In this country, I'm sure there are banks today that have CEOs that are pharmacists. In this country, we have pharmacists that have gone very high in communication industries, MTM and the rest of them. We have pharmacists in every sector of the economy. And this is possible because the kind of education that pharmacists are given prepares them for this. So the pharmacy education is a key to developing knowledge, skills, abilities inherent to the practice of pharmacy, and to be a success in whichever area or in whichever industry that we find ourselves. Healthcare is constantly changing, just like the chairman said. It's constantly changing. So because of that, our healthcare, our pharmacy education itself must adapt to the new changes that is around globally in order for us to produce great pharmacists. So benefits of good pharmacy education. If you're well trained, like myself, out of great effect in years past, I can tell you some of my favorite professors, then they were doctors that I still remember very well. And I can just, anytime I get a prescription, a drug interaction, a DUI, I just remember straight. It's not a problem for me to remember fused and non-fused narcotics. It's not a problem for me to remember why we have to prescribe tramadol instead of hydrocodone. These things come naturally because I had such great teachers. One of those is, I think, is Professor Abiodun Ogundaini. Very effective lecturer. And then, God bless his heart, that was his office mate, Dr. Okunbamila. Those were my favorite lecturers because the way they delivered their lectures was really very, very engaging. Because of that knowledge they impacted on me, it made me a very, very good pharmacist that enhances patient care. I also have professional competence because of the knowledge that I got in pharmacy education. I was telling the chairman earlier that a lot of my practice experience has really not been pharmacy practice as it were. I worked a whole lot in operations. And what I do in operations is what she does at our business. Sales, payroll, labor, budgets, costs, fire, hire. Those are a lot of things that I do, even though I do them within a pharmacy environment. So a good pharmacy education prepares you for those things. Interprofessional collaboration, like you said earlier. In the US, the first year of pharmacy, medicine, nursing, and all those other courses in medicine, they all study together, and they have a course that they almost do together called inter-collaborative practice. So that by the time they're done, everybody knows everybody. There is no fence wall between each profession. Of course, there's research and innovation, ethical and professional standard. A pharmacist, I don't know, if you see, ask most women that are married to a pharmacist is just very kind. A pharmacist, the ethics of the profession keeps you grounded, keeps you responsible. So on behalf of all of us that are on this side, I want to turn and thank all our lecturers, all our professors, and teaching you, thank you very, very, very much. Of course, there's a need to have standards in pharmacy education globally. It's not enough that people teach substandardly in one region and expect, because of the migration that takes place everywhere now, to come and practice in a place of higher standards. When I migrated from Nigeria, they gave me a green card, and my wife said we must go, so I couldn't go there. Otherwise, I would have been here, like all of you, trying to also echo a living. When I went to America, it was then that I realized that the ability to practice is actually a right of the country. And you getting a license, it's a privilege. And you have to do all you have to do to make sure that you don't lose that privilege. So the standards are important. It is a roadmap to see how pharmacy education is designed, how it's implemented, and assessments of contemporary pharmacy education is enclosed in that. You'll find that in a 2008 Global Framework for Quality Assurance by the FIP. In America, the body that assures that standards are kept in pharmacy education is called the ACP, Accreditation Council for Pharmacy Education. These people also continue, they make sure that we continue to improve our education, our competencies, by making sure that they administer CEs for continuing education for all of us. Dr. May and I practice in Texas. We have to submit every 2 years, 30 hours of continuing education before our license can be renewed. So how do we evaluate the quality of pharmacy education? There are many key components. Number one is self-assessment. That is, those who deliver pharmacy education within themselves assess themselves. Are they doing enough? Are they current with the present trend in the global environment? Then there's a standard review. They can bring folks outside of the faculty of pharmacy or Olabisi Onabanjo University to assess their programs. Are they meeting the standards that is necessary to make their graduates the top ones that Shalina will hire when they come out of school? There's also continuous improvement, that people who work within the organization or people outside of the organization continue to give feedback to see what is it that they have to improve. There's stakeholders involvement, input from students. Let us just stop at that. There is no exam that I took at Howard University, or there's no course that I took at Howard University that I did not have a chance to evaluate the course that was taught to me, to evaluate the lecturer that taught me, for me to grade them on the way they delivered the lecture. Is it effective? Did I understand it? Are there anything else I want them to do? So student involvement in their education is very key, because it is the students that when they leave will be a representative of what you've taught them. Also, there's what we call benchmarking, meaning you can compare your institution with other institutions. There are a lot of success stories. I just got a text now that one of our members of NAPSA, he just won the Diaspora Prize for academia. This particular gentleman, there's no pharmacy anywhere you work, or even in the days when I was in pharmacy school, that doesn't have the use of a Remington, the Remington. And for me, I do a lot of compounding. For me to know what to dissolve the chemical in, I will first go to a Remington. It will tell me the physical properties, it will tell me the things I can do with that drug and the things I can't. Do you know who is the, what do we call it? Editor-in-chief of the Remington? It is in fact one of us, Dr. Adejare. So we have Nigerians who have done well, really. Yes, you can go ahead and clap for them. We have Nigerians who have done very, very well. Success stories. All of you know my immediate past president of NAPSA, Dr. Teresa Pounds. She's done tremendously well. She's so concerned about pharmacy and pharmacy practice in Nigeria, I hardly see her in America. She's now working so hard to be sure that experiential programs, internship, residency, that we have that in this country to be able to train our post-bac or our family graduates, so that they can, when time comes for them, if they are not there, they can practice easily in anywhere in the world. We also have some universities that are known for emphasis on research. Some is on interpersonal education. So there are a lot of successes. We have Howard University, for instance, where I got my postbac. We now have dual degrees. People are coming out with their family and MBA. People who want to go into research, they're coming out with their family and PhD. Even though they call all of us doctor, but when I see doctors like this, I say you people are different. So I challenge us as members of Napa, that we should begin to look at improving how we give training to our students, such that when they leave this place, they would in fact be a true representation of us. I remember not too long ago, I was on a Zoom call here in Nigeria, and the topic was pharmacokinetics. Of course, when I was in school, first order, second order kinetics in Ife, those things made no sense to me. Michele Mendes, I remember that. I remember that name, to the point that I almost gave my child that name, because that name peppered me. Until I went to Howard. But the person who was teaching pharmacokinetics that day was Professor Chinedu Babalola. And she taught it so simple, even better than my people that taught me at Howard. So we have success stories of people who have assumed the standards to raise how we teach our people, to prepare them for better outcomes in the workplace. One common thing about schools is what we call curriculum. Okay? It's a roadmap to how you teach, a roadmap to the key principles of the program that you're teaching. It provides understanding of the context for the profession, and it is within and patent to a country. The curriculum here in Nigeria may not be relevant to the curriculum in America. I remember when I got to America, they would be like, nobody does compounding. They don't teach compounding anymore in pharmacy school. So when I get all these students come for internship, I take them to my lab. Oh, this is how you make this, so this is how you make that, and this is how you make a tablet, this is how you make a capsule, this is how you make a trochee. Yeah? And they look at me, oh, you make orally dissolving tablet? Yeah, this is how you do it. And they're looking and looking. And they will ask us. I remember going to Professor Ohia, he was dean then at the University of Houston. I said, you know what? We need to have some kind of collaboration between your university and our universities so that our lecturers in the things that you don't teach anymore, that is becoming apparent that you need to start teaching it, we can have exchange program between our universities and yours. And we actually signed the MOU between University of Ife. So I keep saying University of Ife because I went to University of Ife, between OAU and the University of Houston, where we wanted our lecturers to go and teach, because at that time, neutral pharmaceuticals were becoming big in America. People were buying a lot of herbal stuff that we sell in our pharmacies, and these guys don't know anything about pharmacognosy, because all their curriculum is now geared towards clinical practice. And we try to arrange that so that we can have opportunity to have them come and teach clinical practice, and now people move over there and teach them this missing stuff. So curriculum is very, very important. There are 7 things here we could do in building a curriculum. Number 1, a curriculum must be coherent. It must be something that makes sense. It must stimulate active study behavior, meaning that the people who are recipients of that curriculum and all the didactic element in it are spurred on from one lecture to the other to want to learn more. It should have a context relevant to the future of the profession. I think if we look at the curriculum of all the pharmacy schools in the US, by the 3rd year or the 2nd year, there is in fact a whole course unit that teaches vaccinations, immunization, because it is relevant. Just like the chairman said earlier, it is relevant now in this current world that every 8 or 10 years we're seeing a different kind of pandemic. But I can say, if we look at the curriculum in this society now, I don't know, I can't say if there's any such program within the curriculum, even though this is where we need the most vaccines to help prevent preventable diseases. We also see that in effective curriculum, that the learning will gradually shift from the teacher to the student. By the time you are getting into the 3rd, 4th year, the student is actually doing a whole lot of the work themselves. So as we develop our curriculum now, again, it is important that we ask or involve the students in some of these things. What are the things that are relevant? How do we get students to participate in this? Things that we've listed there: student feedback, there's survey, there's student representation, there's focus groups, there's course evaluation. All of these things are very, very important. Now there's transition from B-Farm to PharmD. It's presented a lot of challenges and opportunities for a lot of countries. Why? We have things that we're still not able to overcome. Example is relationship between the teaching hospital or the place where we go to do the residencies. They're providing opportunities for the pharmacists to come in. I know that's a big challenge here. It is not from where I come. I'm hoping that that will improve as things get better. There's also professional market demand. When I was a pharmacy student, I was looking a whole lot towards which pays better, which gives me more clout, which makes me a fine boy more. And all I wanted to do was be a rep. So the way we teach, or the kind of questions which we're asking our students, is what can they do to help them prepare for life after school. Now, there's differences in pharmacy education across the region. And this is because the health needs of all countries or all regions are different. So as we prepare our curriculums, we want to make sure that we tailor it to what our needs are in this society versus what the needs are really in societies that we don't live in. The future of pharmacy education is bright. It's evolving every day. There is what we call augmented reality and virtual reality. I think a few years ago in my lab, before then I'd met with Professor Babalola, and we talked about, hey, we don't have all the reagents and all the tools to teach compounding like you used to do when you were in school and I was your preceptor or intern, because she was my dad then. And I told her, look, we can do this. I can record my compounding sessions when I make these drugs, or when it's time to make a drug, we can set a time for when your students will come online, and I can show them real time pharmaceutics and the practice of making and compounding drugs, and that will help them. That is virtual reality. Virtual reality also provides us an opportunity for us to have simulation labs. Okay, we do a lot of medication therapy management now. It's part of our clinical services, where we can actually see the patient on the screen if we want to, or we can talk to them while we have all their medicines in our screen, and then we can help them whittle things down. We whittle things down from 20 drugs to maybe 10, because you know, the more they take polypharmacy, the more drug interactions there is, the more problem it causes for them. So it is important that we understand that the pharmacy education trends is dynamic. It's promising future, but we must continue to make amends as we move forward. So the take home for me for that in pharmacy education is to try and involve students. Get their feedback, okay? It is important that we get feedback. These things make us better. Because if we continue the way we are doing this and we don't get feedback from our students, we don't know what they want to learn. They also bring feedback from the community. We don't know what the community wants us to teach it. So it is important for pharmacy education as we move forward that we involve our students in building curriculums, getting feedbacks of how we're performing, what we've taught them, and how they are faring in their practice when they leave. We'll talk briefly on research. Pharmacists are uniquely positioned based on the science that they teach us, core science. I'll tell you this, when I came from Kaduna, because I lived in Kaduna all my life, I was a champion in my college, the only one that passed JAM. I came to Ife. In my first semester, I failed chemistry and the science. So it shocked me that that could happen. So that spurred me to make sure that I buckled very hard. And in the first year, second and third year, the kind of courses that they teach pharmacy students, it prepares you that you can function in any science-based environment. So pharmacists are uniquely positioned to be able to participate in research. Quickly, let's look at research and development, R&D. R&D has come to help us, okay, to make better drugs. They help us to make vaccines that have saved a lot of lives. Basically, three things: basic research, translational research, medicine, and vaccine development. R&D is very important for the world. It is a time-consuming event and also resource-driven. How can we in Nigeria plug into this globally? We can have partnership. Fixing is huge in this country. Does it have any partnership with any drug company outside? Shalina is here. Shalina can have partnership. Okay? I think if we have such partnership, even our universities, we can have partnerships so that all those clinical trials, all of those researches that you do can be carried over to those places and developed and brought to the street. The challenges in R&D, we talk about the high cost, there is regulatory hurdles. If you remember COVID, during COVID, we struggled to get a vaccine to the community. It takes about 15 to 20 years from discovery of the agent to phase 4, which is when we actually bring it into the market and start injecting it into people. But with COVID, we're able to compress all that to about 18 months. And no step was skipped. No step was skipped. And the reason why that was possible is because there was partnership. Okay? The government brought all the money, and the government compressed all the regulatory hurdles so that within 18 months we're able to get these vaccines to phase 3 trial, and then people started having these shots within them. So that's a hurdle. Another thing here is medicine security. It taught us a lesson during COVID that countries can nationalize their products. At that time, I think India and the other countries didn't want any of their products being exported because they needed it. So for us, scientists, pharmacists in academia, we need to be thinking, how do we get our products done here so that we're not shut out when such opportunities arise. Of course, API, I'm hoping with all these refineries that are coming up, I lived in Port Harcourt for 10 years, behind me was Element Petrochemical. All I saw was the smoke at night. I don't think there was ever any API produced there. So hopefully, with Dangote and all of these refineries being kick-started, we can have some basic hydrocarbons that will be produced from there to help with API. Of course, there's also the JAPA syndrome. You know, we're talking about people signing a bond to go abroad, continue their studies, they get them, they don't come back. So we're hoping that at this conference we'll be able to mitigate that. Technology advances in R&D are huge. AI, machine learning is here now. It's going to help us reduce the time, the cost in drug development, so that we can advance the drug product straight, not straight, but in a shorter time, less expensive, because these things can process and work with big data to select which is best for us and cheaper. So there are future trends in research and development. There's one that's called personalized medicine, okay, where we now have to work with pharmacogenomics. I'm sure some of you know these things, that is not in modern medicine, we don't give the same dose of methotrexate to everybody, because people react to this thing differently based on their genome. Same thing with simple drugs like clopidogrel, Plavix. We're continuing in R&D to be able to personalize medicine. There's also one that nowadays, you know, a lot of diabetics don't prick their fingers anymore to test for their blood sugar. And the reason why we've been able to do that is because of advances in R&D. A lot of people now have continuous glucose monitoring stuff that they wear on their arm, and all they need to do is just scan their phone. It tells them what their blood sugar is right now, and then they decide, am I just going to lick the soup and go? So these things are part of the advancement we have in R&D. I think the biggest opportunity for me in pharmacy research is, have we been able to translate all the work that we do in academia to the industry? See, I think the only one I can remember is what they call, is it Niprisan, Xanthozylum, Cytoxyloxis? Professor Fora, he drilled that in my head so much. In fact, it's so funny that he was my dean, and my dean at Howard was his young daughter that was running around the pharmacy in those days. I never knew. I just came and I said, you want a dean? So I promised her that I'm not going to go to school anymore, because if I do, it will be our son or our daughter that will be my dean. So there is a lot that we can do to move all our work from the lab, from the schools into the mainstream. The Shalina CEO is here. In our program, 6 years or 7 years pharmacy program in the US, 2 of those years, the students are really not in school. They are in experiential program, meaning they are interns. From the second year, third year, I have interns. In the last 20 years, I've had like 24. I can't even work without one, because when I get this like this, I just give it to, oh yeah, go and start working on this, bring it, and then we'll take a look at it. Or when I have somebody ask me a drug I don't know, I ask the intern, oh yeah, start doing the research. So interns are very valuable, but we have to be able to provide that environment. Why are we not, okay? Why are we not getting all the industry, those people are naive, to have them create for us a platform for us to send our students to them so that they can see real life event of the things that we're teaching them? Why are we not having a academia, industry conference? Why are we not having the likes of my sister here be a member of our advisory board? For myself, I have worked in community pharmacy for a long time, as well as operation. Why are we not having guest lecturers like myself come and talk to the students? I think the only person that ever talked to me was a rep, and after that I wanted to be a rep and I became a rep. So it is important, as we talk about research and development, that our universities build this bridge between them, so that all the work you do, I tell you, the richest, the smartest people in the world work for the richest people in the world. The richest people are not necessarily the smartest people. You get all these professors, all they want is a lab to continue to do all their life work. They're happy. But guess what? Somebody will take that product, take it to the market, so that they can continue to be satisfied in their work. So it is important that we begin to work with our industry people. We can actually sponsor research together. You have a product, it's coming up, you can have them invest in it. It is so important that we build this relationship so that there's this pathway, that our students that we develop are not just looking at the glamour part of pharmacy, that we create an opportunity for them to want to go into industrial pharmacy where they'll be in production and R&D. And then let's talk about pharmacy practice. Who is a pharmacist? Well, I think I'm a good picture representative of a pharmacist. I've done it for some 30-something years. A pharmacist is a healthcare professional who has knowledge about preparation, mechanism of action, clinical dosage, all of those things. That's what a pharmacist does. Now, a pharmacist is actually beginning to be a contact in primary healthcare. A pharmacist is closest to the patient than any healthcare practitioner. In this town here, I think we drove out last night, there is at least a pharmacy within 1 mile to everybody. There is not a teaching hospital within 1 mile to everybody. There's not a doctor within 1 mile to everybody. So pharmacists are beginning to actually play in the space of primary health care. The roles and responsibilities of pharmacists are all listed over there. We all know what we do. We fill prescriptions. With advanced degree, you actually feel and interpret prescriptions different than your entry-level degrees. We provide drug information. We recommend over-the-counter stuff. We monitor patient history. We do a whole lot of things. We promote health and wellness. So, if you look, there are different models where pharmacists practice. You can choose where you want to practice. But at the end of the day, we are responsible for making sure we deliver medicines safely to our customers. There are recent innovation in pharmacy. The CEO talked about telepharmacy. There's also advances in pharmacogenomics. Telepharmacy affords a pharmacy the opportunity to practice pharmacy remotely. In our climate, pharmacy is actually a business. pretty soon we'll get to a level now where those remote pharmacies, where there are no pharmacists, they'll be able to monitor and practice pharmacy remotely, and we have technicians doing all the dispensing. And that opportunity is here as well. It affords people like me an opportunity to practice telepharmacy in Nigeria while I am over there in the US. So these are opportunities that are coming for us. The future of pharmacy, the extended roles, vaccination is huge. I think Dr. Omer and myself, we came here to teach vaccination to our pharmacists. So far, I think we've trained over 300. So each of us should be open for this. And the last slide talks about global relevance. Global relevance is important because the healthcare environment continues to morph. It continues to change. And we must continue to provide up-to-date education, skill our people up, so that whenever they're called upon, they are always very ready to partake and play their role in advancing pharmacy and delivering the health outcome to all the patients that we have. I hope that this 30 minutes and these few slides I've put together has helped us to see pharmacy education, see pharmacy research and practice in a global, they say it's global, not global, in a global perspective. And I thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think he deserves another round of applause. That was a fantastic and a local presentation. Yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll soon be done. In about 15-20 minutes we'll be done. Please bear with us. We have awards presentation quickly, and I'd like to invite the Napa chairman to please help us do justice to this. Please help me welcome Professor Ezekiel Akin-Pome for this award presentation.
Several I want to present here. The first one is to be presented to the keynote address speaker, and I want to invite the Professor Moses Akomo representing our president to do the presentation quickly.
Thank you very much. This award is being presented today to Dr. Kunle Tometi, FPSN, as the 22nd Scientific Conference of the Nigerian Association of Pharmacists in Academia, Napa, Gateway 2024. Award of Excellence to Keynote Address Speaker, being presented today, 28th August 2024. Congratulations.
The next one, we are presenting this one to our chairman opening ceremony, and I want our dean, Professor Kasim, to make the presentation.
On behalf of National Association of Pharmacists in Academia, we are presenting this small gift to you, Dr. Okoyemi Akinyele. Thank you, ma, for being here for us. Thank you, God bless you.
Yes, now, the person that hosts all of us here, you could hear when he was presenting his speech. I said, wow, many of us that are here were already saying, when will the visit come? By the time he said he had to be on his feet till midnight, you know that he really, really loves us. And we want to present this to the Vice Chancellor. Yes, sir. Sorry to bring in your for making you to stand again. And who can present the award to Vice Chancellor, if not another Vice Chancellor? So, Professor Chinedu Peace Papalola, will you kindly do that for us?
On behalf of the chairman of Napa and all members of Napa, it's my pleasure to give you this plaque to appreciate all you have been doing for us and for hosting us very well and for sacrificing a lot for this association. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. The person I want to present this to does not know, and the person who is going to present it to may not even be prepared. Can Dr. Yemetan comes here? Yeah, the one that will present the next award. Just move here closely. It's one of the members of NEC. That's the one signing our check. Please, can we appreciate him? He's going to present this award. We have award of excellence to the different technical groups in PSM, and this one will be presented to award of excellence in industry pharmacy practice, pharmacist for Lorenzo Alara.
Yes, on behalf of the National Association of Pharmacists Academia and all pharmacists academia in Nigeria, I am presenting this award at the 22nd Scientific Conference of Nigeria Association of Pharmacists in Academia, Gateway 2024. This award of excellence is given to pharmacist Folorunsho Alana in industry pharmacy practice today, the 20th of August 2024. Congratulations.
It's going to be presented to Dr. Mrs. Olayemi Adegolago by my local chairman here, Dr. Mrs. Babalola.
On behalf of Napa, at the 22nd Scientific Conference of the Nigeria Association of Pharmacists in Academia, we present this excellent award to you, Dr. Mrs. Olayemi Adegolago, on this day of 28th of August 2024. Thank you for all you do for Napa.
Dr. Adegolago was the one that sat as the chairman of our NAUS award to bring out the guidelines, and she has also sat a lot in the University of Ibadan Faculty of Pharmacy. The next award to be presented was Award of Excellence in Community Pharmacy Practice. That's pharmacist Fola Sadelawa. Islands is inside. Are you there, Ma? Yeah. Can you quickly come in here to invite pharmacist Sango to please come and present this award. I only remember Sango, I've forgotten the the first name, so maybe you help me with that. Yes, that's the former MD NNPC Healthcare, and he's being a friend of Napa and the father of our students.
Madam, make you balance well. This is on behalf of Napa, a great presentation to you on the 22nd Scientific Conference of the Nigerian Association of Pharmacists in Academia. It's a word of excellence in community pharmacy practice. We say congratulations.
This is award for our PCN registrar, but he's not here presently. I understand that PCN has some PC program going on at UI now. So that's Pharmacist Ibrahim Babasi Muhammad. So I will keep this. This is his award. That is award of excellence in administrative pharmacy practice to recognize his effort. Although there's one assignment that is already my presentation that he has not done for us. So I have to mention that. If he's here, I will have mentioned it, but he has really tried for us. So this is award. Do you have any represented PCN here? PCN staff? Not? Okay. They are very busy. The last but not the least. Yeah. Is Professor Ibesim inside? Please, can you come in here? He's presenting it. Yeah, quickly. This is Napa Man of the Year Award. This Napa Man of the Year Award is a award that we have presented to somebody who has played critical role in extending our effort in Napa. Not necessarily Napa member, but incidentally the person that we have won this year against Napa member. C is Man of the Year, but the winner is a woman. I think I can say Woman of the Year. We are all men in pharmacy. Great. Thank you, ma. Thank you for educating me once again. So, they coordinated soon a branch to the extent that for the past 3 years or so, there have been almost 100% payment of capitation. There are some branches that we have, 1 or 2 branches that did not pay a single capitation for 3 years. Yeah. If somebody has done this, we so appreciate, apart from other things is done. And that is presented to Professor Catherine Stanley from University of Port Harcourt. You see here, just more close here. 2 years ago, he's the winner. So it's the one that can present it.
On behalf of Napa, it is my pleasure to present this award as Napa Man of the Year, and you're a woman, to Professor Catherine Stanley on this day, 20th August 2024. Congratulations.
Congratulations. So before I go to close, I don't know how many of us have this. Oh, Professor Ibesim, before you could come back. This is the award you're supposed to receive 2 years ago. which were not there. I intentionally kept it for you. I think it was, no, 2 years ago, 2022. Yeah. He was our man of the year in the year 2020. The Napa man of the year in the year 2022. So this is your award, sir.
Thank you.
I delivered the message since 2022. I tried, you know. As any time I see here, you present it. Well done, sir. How many of us have this? This will be in our introduction to the Napa textbook project. Please, you want to please, Alina, this is one of the projects I'm going to bring to your office. I'm Amatisango. We are writing textbook and we need support. So every person who have it, I have written a love letter at the back of it. So read it, and in case you are interested, it should be in every package of registration package. I want to appreciate everyone who are patient, especially the VC. Thank you very much. God bless you.
We celebrate you all.
There are 3 other awards which we presented during our dinner. So there are 3 other categories. I need to just mention that.
Thank you. I've also been informed to announce to us that the cocktail event will hold this evening at the Faculty of Pharmacy of Olabisi Onabanjo University at 6 p.m. So to all our delegates, please remember to be back for the cocktail event. And also refreshments will be served outside at the end of the event. For delegates, please ensure you take your tickets to them so you could retrieve your lunch. So ladies and gentlemen, we are wrapping up right now. And I would like to invite to give one of the closing remarks, representative of the president. Also, he has some closing remarks to give to us. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the president of PSN again, I want to appreciate every Napa members here. And I believe strongly that we have come here in such a way that we'll be able to learn from all the lectures that we're going to participate from. And at the same time, all of us have come for this conference, and we are hoping that this year's conference, tag ABOM 2024, all of us will be at Uyo. So the president is imploring all of us to go and register for the conference ABOM 2024, and we hope that Napa member will participate fully. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So ladies and gentlemen, up next is the vote of thanks, and I'd like to invite the chairman of the local organizing committee. Please help me welcome Dr. Oladapo Oyeloye as he gives the vote of thanks.
Standing on the existing protocol, it is an honor and privilege to stand before you today as the chairman of the local organizing committee. On behalf of my team, our team, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you. We are thrilled to have you join us here in the Gateway State for what promises to be an inspiring and transformative event. We are delighted to showcase our wonderful city of Shaka, which is known for its rich deposit of limestone and kola nuts. We hope you will find time to explore and enjoy all that this vibrant city offers during your stay. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to all our sponsors, partners, and volunteers. Your support and dedication have made this event possible. To my fellow committee members, your tireless efforts and commitment have brought this conference to life, and I'm profoundly grateful for your hard work and enthusiasm. As we embark on this exciting journey together, let us embrace the opportunity to learn, connect, and inspire one another. Here is to a successful and memorable Napa conference. Thank you, and once again, welcome to Gateway State. Enjoy your conference.
Have a group photograph together now. So we go outside now to have a group photo. The Vice Chancellor will also take with us outside. The Vice Chancellor will also take with us.
So ladies and gentlemen, that tells us that officially we've come to the end of the opening ceremony of Gateway 2024, the 22nd conference of Napa. We want to say big thank you to all the delegates who have traveled from far and near to be part of this. We want to say big thank you to all friends of this association for your time. We want to say big thank you to the press and everybody that has taken one part or the other to ensure that this opening ceremony is a success. We say big thank you to the Vice Chancellors that we had and its delegates. Thank you for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, please, the plenary session starts in 30 minutes time. And also, please get your lunch outside, all the delegates, with your tickets. Plenary is happening in this hall, so please just get your lunch and return for plenary. All delegates of Napa, please get your lunch outside and return for the plenary. Please do not forget at 6 p.m. cocktail event is officially going to start, so be part of it. So on behalf of the local organizing committee, I say big thank you to every one of you. It's been a pleasure to have anchored this. We want to say thank you to all our friends that joined online, all our delegates that joined online. Thank you very much. We got feedbacks from you all. We say big thank you to you. So my name is Pharmacist Ayo Badijoko signing out. See you in 30 minutes when we start the plenary. Thank you.
We'll be ready to participate and listen attentively to the presenters so that you can have a robust discussion after their presentations. I'm glad to welcome the lead speaker, that's Professor Mrs. Oluwatoyin Odeku, the former Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Ibadan. You're welcome, ma'am. And also the, is it YPG now? Discussants, okay. So that after the presentation, then we go into discussion. Then we can now ask questions from our speakers and discussants. So I will want to call on the speaker who is going to talk on how to make a success of your academic pharmacy career. You're welcome. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Professor Akam. It's a pleasure for me to be here this afternoon, and I want to sincerely appreciate the Napa chair, the organizing committee, for having me. I'm going to speak very briefly. I hope my presentation, they'll be able to present. I hope I'm okay to stand like, okay? I'm going to talk briefly about how to make a success of your academic career. And I will try as much as possible to be brief and to keep to time so that we can have time for discussion. And I've given a brief outline of what I'm going to talk about. I'll talk about what are responsibilities as academics and roadmap to achieving success. It's going to be, it will just be bullet points, which I hope I'll be able to explain. When you talk about academic pharmacists, you have to educate, train, assess, and develop pharmacy students. That is our core mandate. And it's one of the areas of pharmacy that is of practice of pharmacists. where you use your knowledge of pharmacy and your expertise to teach the next generation. So in other words, we are impacting the next generation. We are trying to empower them. And a lot has been said about some of the things that we are required to do. And with academic pharmacists work alongside the wider educational team, we all know that you do some basic sciences before you do begin your academic work. And as academics, we are supposed to serve as role models and mentors to the next generation. And this is very critical. Our job stands on a tripod. We have three main responsibilities. That is teaching and curriculum development, research and scholarship, and then what we call community service. That community service teaching, we all know, and for young academics, it's important for them to know what to teach, the content, to have an understanding of the curriculum. And then, of course, research and development. Research is what you know, what people should know you by. And then you have community service. I always say it when I'm speaking with young academics. When you are starting out, if you are lucky, you've had your PhD before you start out, then you need to make conscious efforts to inculcate research into your work. If all you do is teaching and teaching alone, then you are not different from a teacher in the secondary school. What distinguishes us as academics in the tertiary institution is your research and scholarship. We'll talk about global. What will make people to know you globally is your academic output. And a colleague was saying one time, he said, oh, even if you can teach, and when you are teaching, you are bringing out fire like Shango, that will not make you a professor. Because you are assessed by your output, which is your research output. Then you have services. So when you want to divide your time, as academics, it should be 40, 40, 20%. So I want us to, especially if you are not yet a professor, if you're a professor and probably dean of the faculty, then of course that community service in terms of leadership will become 40%. But if you are starting out, don't be jack of all trade. In other words, people should not know you in this committee, that committee, that committee, that committee, whereas you neglect your research. What you'll be assessed during your promotion, what will be assessed is your academic output, which is your research. Okay? And as academics, we have different responsibilities. And because of these multifaceted aspects, it's important for you to be able to draw a balance. If you are not able to balance, then there will be a problem. And therefore, you need to be aware of these things that you have to do in order to make a success of it, so that you do not stay on the same level for years. This is because, you know, when you're on the same spot for a long time, you get tired, you get weary, okay? And to make a success of your academic, as an academic pharmacist, you need to balance your teaching, your research, and your community service. And you need to build, you need to have a blend of this, okay? And know how to blend and satisfy them. Please, the next slide. Yes, I want us to look at this. This is you, your career is at the middle. Look at the figure. Okay? You start off as an early career researcher. You progress, you become a mid-career researcher. you progress and you become an established career researcher. By the time you become an established career researcher, you should be able to provide support for both early career researcher and mid-career researcher. And by the time you become established, what established is your impact. Okay? And now more and more we are beginning to talk about impact. What is your impact? What is your impact, or as we call it? Please, this mic is failing. Okay? To start out at academic pharmacies, you need, apart from your B Pharm or PharmD, you need a postgraduate degree. And you need a postgraduate degree in the relevant area. Because your PhD is what makes you recognized as an academic. So if you have not attained, you have not obtained your PhD, and you are in academia, please make that your priority. Make it your focus, because you will not be recognized as an academic without a PhD. And in selecting the area, you know, we have different area of pharmacy. I'll advise, if you are starting out early, look for the area where you are most comfortable, the area where you love. Because the moment you have a PhD and you are in a particular area, it's not easy for you to move. You waste a lot of time. When you are moving, for instance, I may say, oh, I just love plants because my grandfather actually is an herbalist. You go to pharmacognosy, whereas you don't have flair for pharmacognosy. And by the time you want to do your PhD, you are doing your PhD, they say, oh, you must isolate and characterize a compound. Meanwhile, your chemistry is very weak. You cannot read NMR. You are already set for frustration. So you waste a lot of time. And then you now suddenly discover, oh, I don't think pharmacognosy is my flair. I want to go to clinical pharmacy. Okay? So you need to select an area that you are comfortable with. Number two is to develop your own focus. Develop your own research focus. You have decided, I'm going to be in pharmacognosy. What will be your research focus? Is it general herbal medicine? Is it phytochemistry? Is it natural product chemistry? Is it, you know, you need to develop and clearly define your focus. Carve a niche for yourself. Identify areas of interest where you are most, where that can hold your interest for a long time, and begin to conduct research in those areas. Attend conferences. You get a lot. What people don't know is that what you get from attending conferences like this cannot be quantified. This is because you have people from different areas. Presently, we have different people from different universities, from the north, from the southeast, from the southwest. They are coming together, making their presentation. So you'll be aware of the current trend in your field. And of course, when you now attend international conferences, you are now exposed to what is going on globally. And this will help to shape your research focus. Okay, and then seek funding opportunities. We know the problems we have in Nigeria with funding. So it's important for you to know where to obtain the fund from. And then the third thing for you to be recognized, like I said, is your research and your publication. By the time you are moving on from being an earlier career researcher to being a mid-career researcher, you should begin to people should become aware that you are run. Professor Babalola gave an example of the young lady that posted her paper, one of her paper on LinkedIn. I'm going to talk about that very briefly. She posted her paper on LinkedIn, and from there she got contact. So people should begin to become aware of your work, begin to cite your work. This is when you now become known, okay? And it's important for you to publish regularly. Publishing regularly gives you an advantage. I always say, if you're going to publish one paper a year. Make it consistently one paper every year. If you're going to publish 2, make it your goal. And you know, before you can say you want to publish, you must first carry out the research. You must analyze your data. You must now be able to bring it together. So it's not something you can do in one day. You cannot come today and say, I'm putting up for promotion we are in August. They are calling for papers in September. I want 3 papers before September. Someone that said that to me, I say, there's Guardian newspaper, there's Tribune. You can always publish there because it takes a long time. When we're looking through some journals, some of them take as much as 6 months to review your paper. Okay? So it's something you have to plan, you have to plan, you have to plan. And so that you can be sure that when you publish for impact. You don't just publish and throw your work somewhere just to be published. That should not be the goal. And grant writing enhances your research, because if the kind of work you'll be able to do if you have a grant is different from the one that you do from your out-of-pocket expenses. Okay? So it's important for you to do quality research. The other thing I find in our climb is that sometimes people will do a very good research, they will well executed, but by the time they want to publish, they will not want to, they will say, oh, this journal takes a long time. I want the paper tomorrow. And they will throw it in one backwater journal. And at the end of the day, you throw good work, it's like you are just washing it down the drain. Let's have it at the back of our mind that we want to publish for impact. It's not just for the work to be there, you know. And so grants, when you write grants and you have funding, you are able to do some of the work that you may not be able to do. The other is teaching and mentorship. Mentorship is very important. As academics, you start by being mentors to your students, and you graduate to be mentors to your early career researchers. Okay? And as mentor, your mentoring will enhance your skills, your leadership skills. And of course, we know teaching is also very important. You interact with your students. Importantly is networking and collaboration. We have professional association. You should be able to collaborate. Now we have TED Fund, NRF is out. We should be able to collaborate across universities. And that's their aim. They say they want you to collaborate. But I say you engage in meaningful collaboration. The collaboration should be meaningful in such a way that, of course, you are bringing different expertise across different fields, across different institutions, so that you can enhance your work. And collaboration with people outside your university, outside your institution, outside your discipline, collaborating with people globally. You should be able to, by the time you become an established researcher, you should be able to collaborate with people across the world, because we want to, even though you are in Nigeria, you also have to make impact globally. Number 5, to make a success of your research as an academic pharmacist, you need to seek funding. Funding resources. It takes a long time. You need to identify funding sources for fellowships, for grants, and all that, and then be focused. We know that in Nigeria, we've said it over and over again, the funding is limited, but there are still funds even available within Nigeria. But most especially, there are international funding agencies. But this thing takes time, and we need to start now. If you have not been doing it, just sit down and look for funding opportunities. Look for what is relevant to you. Scholarship, fellowships, a lot of funds are out there, but it takes time and patience and perseverance. Because you don't say you have applied once and you sit down, you don't apply again. And you cannot say you do not have funding if you are not applied. So it's important for you to be able to blend that. And some of this funding comes with their own terms. You only have to study it and know. And then you need to build a strong professional presence. How many of us are on Google Scholar? If I Google your name, can I find your name? How many of us are on LinkedIn? LinkedIn is a very effective tool now. Please, you should be able to share, please. Publish and present regularly. Okay, your articles and publicize it. There are several platforms. There's ResearchGate. There's, you should, academia, you should belong to those communities, and let your publications begin to speak for you. People may not know you, but they will know you by reputation. Okay? And for this professional, this online platform has made it easier. I spoke with someone, the first paper we had that was international, I remember in those days, you write, and when the reviewer is reviewing, they will use their pen. It's a UK journal. They will review with their pen and package it and send it back to you. You too will review again. They will send it, But now everything is, you can do it on your phone. Please build, instead of using, just browsing Facebook for fun, let us use it to promote our work. Then you need to develop leadership skills. Volunteer for communities, volunteer for initiatives. Work for people for free, especially for our young ones. You gain a lot of experience. I had one of the students that worked with me, before she started her internship, they had a break. So she was working as my assistant. Within that time, she was able to publish alongside me. Okay? So that by the time she started applying for a master's, well, in fact, the person the first mail she got, the woman looked at her profile and contacted her from Canada, not because of anything, but because of that favor. Okay? You can volunteer, and you'll be able to gain what you learn, what you are able to gain cannot be quantified, because you'll be able to gain a lot. And then as an academic, we should be continuous learners. You should be continuous learners. If you're in academia, if you are not chasing something, something should be chasing you. I always have that at the back of my mind. What am I working on presently? I have 2 or 3 things I'm working on. What am I expecting? How many papers am I working on? What research am I supervising? What research is possibly going to lead to publications? Have I applied for a grant this year? Whether you are qualified. Once you look at the criteria and you are qualified, go for it. Don't sell yourself short. And we always sometimes have this idea that, the rejection rate is high, so you don't apply. I applied for one grant. I said, let me even give them a bit of competition, even if I will not be selected. I was surprised when I was given the grant. So sometimes we sell ourselves short, thinking that our work is not good enough. Okay, and I tell you, you build a reputation. By the time you get the first grant, you are likely to get the next one. Okay, so please don't sell yourself short. Be a continuous learner. Always learn. Be ready to learn. Number 8, work-life balance. You have to balance your work and life. Don't be 100% academic without having your social and family life. Very important, because that is the only way you are able to refresh. That is the only way you are able to reset. That is the only way you are able to relax. I don't know about you, but I value that so much. So you need to draw a balance. We are all struggling with it, but you need to prioritize. Okay? And ensure that you are also in perfect health, because self-care is very important. Don't say like one of my students, I just started co-supervising biomedical engineering. A boy of 28 says he has high blood pressure. I say, come my dear. Hey, the work is too much. I said, let's look at your lifestyle. Simple. To keep awake, he was taking energy drink. Remove the energy drink, within a week, his blood pressure regularized. You don't need to do that. All you need in academia is consistency. Period. Once you are consistent, and you just do it, not because you are compelled to, it becomes fun. There's no promotion. I became a professor in 2008. There's no promotion that I plan towards. Every promotion here is just like, how many do I have? Do I have enough? Because I just make it a habit of working on something. So just make it a habit of working on something. If it is 2 hours you can spare, if it is 1 hour, if it is 30 minutes, you spend the rest trying to map it out and then sit down and write. You discover that you enjoy it. It does not become a routine. You enjoy it. And people will look at you and say, oh, you are able to achieve. No, it's just because of consistency. So you need to be able to balance that. And then seek mentors and role models. Mentors and role models. I tell you, not every one of us are mentors. Not every one of us are role models. I will accept that. Because I've had people come, oh, my supervisor is not good. I say, what about you? Are you a good mentee? It's a two-way relationship. Some people are not mentorable. I have the experience because I run a mentoring program, which I started some time ago. And now we have about 150 people. Professor Fred Jayesmi is a mentor in our cohort. So people are not just mentorable. Okay? So whereas you discover the cohort we had in 2021, Dr. Ajalai is part of it. Most of those that were early career PhD students, some of them are Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation scholarship. Almost all that were students have scholarships for their PhD. And those that do not have scholarships that were that are already early career researcher have one grant or one fellowship or one something somewhere. Okay, someone in 2008, 2017, a lady approached me and said, oh, I want you to be my mentor. She's in education, guidance and counseling. And now, today, presently as we speak, I think she's again in UK. Last month she was somewhere. The month before she was somewhere. Because she was really willing to learn. And I said, look, this thing it's just a matter of, being consistent. And by the time we started the interaction and all that, she saw that there were so much opportunities. She now she has grants, she has collaborators in the UK, in India, and all that. So it's not something that is not achievable. But you also have to be, as an earlier career researcher, you have to be mentorable. And the mentors also have to be patient, because sometimes you get impatient, especially when you are dealing with people that are difficult. Some people, they really want to do. So as a mentor, by the time you come to their level and try to understand them, at the end you will still be able to help them. So please, mentoring is very key. Then adapt and innovate. You need to embrace change. Embrace change. Look for new technologies, new thinking, be creative. And I tell you as a mentor, if you have good mentees, our young people are very innovative. You can learn a lot from them. So that with their own ideas, with your own guidance, you'll be able to evolve something that is really beautiful, that is really groundbreaking. Okay? And then develop a research focus. I'm not going to go through that because I'm sure they're going to make the slides available because of time, but we'll still talk during the interaction. Developing a research focus is very important. Have your own research agenda. I always say, what is your long-term goal as an earlier career researcher? What is your long-term goal? What is your medium-term goal? What is your short-term goal? I already have things I've set to achieve before the end of this year. Some, I'm very lazy. I don't write those things down, but I know where I'm going. Okay? So you need to develop such goals. Write them down because it helps you, it enforces, you go back to it. And I always get a notebook as a researcher. My notebook is in my handbag. Get a notebook. Because sometimes I learned that from my supervisor. He will say, oh, when I was in the bathroom, I just thought about this thing. And I thought, what if this thing happens? Because you just see those random ideas will just come into your mind. Write them down. You may not go back to it in the next 6 months, but you discover that those ideas are the ones that will really lead you somewhere. Those ideas that God just puts in your mind that appears random. Okay? You discover that by the time you follow it up, you'll be able to come up with something that is, unique, and people will, everybody, you just see, everybody will just start to be walking in that direction. Okay? So you need to do that. In conclusion, go to the conclusion. Yes. So as a pharmacist, we have a very important role to play. As a pharmacist in academia, you are training the next generation of students. And you yourself need to be well equipped. You need to be well motivated. If you are not motivated, you just be shouting at your students, whereas the students are not really, should not be the object of your frustration. And once you develop a clear research focus, and you yourself, you are focused as a person, you know where you are going, you'll be able to pursue your career, and you'll be able to make impact. The last slide. I want to sincerely thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Let's appreciate once more. Thank you very much. I believe strongly that we have taken one or two things out of what she has told us this afternoon. Before we go to question and answers, I want one of us here that's going to discuss something. We have 10 minutes for that. Then we now go to Abel. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, the chairman and our panelists. Thank you, ma'am. You have said a lot of things that is a challenge to every one of us, both as academic mentees and also as mentors. So I stand here to speak on behalf of early career academics and to talk about what we expect from established, to use your language, established researchers as our mentors. And of course, I agree that there's no one size fits all to mentorship, and everyone will have different styles and models by which they employ to mentorship or mentoring people. But we must recognize that as young people, we are innovative, we are tech savvy, we know how to employ technologies in different aspects that can improve research and activities too. Then our scope of imagination is incredible. So what are the things that we desire from our established academics? We need guidance and support, valuable advice that can help us in navigating academic career, especially when you are doing research in Nigeria, or as an academic pharmacist that you have decided to toe the line of academics. A lot of things might discourage you, especially when you see your colleagues in other fields. Yes, and we just need that continuous advice and support. Then we desire networking opportunities which is important. We want you to introduce us to key figures in the field. We want you to help us engage collaboration opportunities and give us access to professional network. Then we want research collaborations also, opportunities to co-author papers with esteemed scientists, and then participate in joint projects so that we can gain experience and also be able to advance our own research methodologies. Yes, another thing we need from you is we need feedback and constructive criticism. Yes, it's important. Sometimes we might not be getting it right, but if you are able to give us your feedback, and of course in good time, with constructive criticism, we will not be discouraged. Today, people talk of mental health, people are breaking down mentally and all of that. And one of the reasons might just be because somebody is not making a headway with his research and is still not getting the right encouragement that he needs. Then career development and support. Prof has mentioned that we want to have grant writing tips or how to publish. Or sometimes you have a beautiful research, you have done the research, and you are not even publishing it in the right journal. So we need some of those ideas that you can advise us that, oh, you have a very good result. I think you should be able to get a good citation, or people will find this interesting in this journal rather than this journal. These are some of the things we desire. Then we want access to resources. Yes, doing research in Nigeria is not easy, yes. And we know that you can help us secure funding, and then some of our top researchers have labs, or they have access to lab equipment, or they have colleagues and friends in other institutions where they can access some of the equipment that their mentees need. Then we need encouragement and motivation. Yes, we want you to recognize the little achievements that we have, and then encourage us to pursue our career and academic goals appropriately. Then we desire open communication. Yes, we want our mentors to be approachable, and then they should have transparency about their expectations from us, and also the opportunities that might be available to us. That is important. Then advocacy, yes, support in promoting our work, our ideas, our contributions, even within the academic community. Then yes, most times we also learn by observation. So we want to look at you and see the way you do things, and that will bring me to the issue of work-life balance. You know, sometimes some of our bosses, they hardly have time for anything, and they are so immersed in their academic work. Yes, it's rigorous, and they expect that you do the same. So if you, as a young budding scientist, is trying to have a work-life balance, your organ may not relate, and they will feel that you are not serious, you are not focused. So we want to learn by observation, and we also want that. Then support in promoting our work ideas and contributions. I've mentioned that. Then we want you to also be able to help us in, yes, we see some of our mentors, the way they carry on with a lot of work. Sometimes may not even be academic, administrative duties and all of that. And sometimes, as a young scientist, some of these duties fall on you also, and you're wondering, how do you go about it? It might be as little as how to respond to a memo within the university community or something. So these are the few things I have to say. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate that. Now, and also, we've also had comments on what the early career is expecting from established person for mentorships. So it's now thrown open for comments or questions or additional. And also try as much as possible to take note of what we have been asked of in terms of what is being expected of us as a mentor to mentees. So, yes, let's be brief when we are making our comments. Please, can we have second microphone? Thank you, sir. You can mention your name and the university.
Okay. Chairman of this session, our speaker. My name is Dr. Kennedy Amagon from the University of Jos. Mine is just a simple question. Based on your years of experience, how does one handle burnout in one's academic career? How do you cope? Are there any specific strategies that can be employed or that you have found useful in the course of your career to handle burnout? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Professor Bill.
Thank you very much. My name is Ibezim Emmanuel. A little comment to buttress what the speaker said, especially about persistence for the academic. I remember when I was applying for debt fund NRF, applied the first time. I didn't hear from them again positively. Applied the second time. My concept note was accepted, but the work was not accepted. I applied the third time. Both concept notes and the other one was not accepted. So I still continued every year. Then the last one, the concept note was accepted. I didn't know it was accepted, but a day to the closing date for the full proposal, I thought they would write me to tell me your concept note has been accepted. They said no, you have to go to your page and if it turns green. They didn't tell us. So I just had one day to prepare the full proposal. Unfortunately, I got it. That was last year. So persistence, the same thing with me and Becca prize that I won last year too. First year I tried, I failed. Second year I tried, failed. The third year I tried, failed. I continued trying. And last year was my year. So persistence, don't be discouraged by any failure. Failure is not the end point. Then the second thing I want to emphasize, she mentioned it too, is training yourself, build up yourself. I used to tell my students, today you are my student, tomorrow you will be a mentor to another person. You must learn, because if you don't learn, what would you have to offer to the people that will now come to you for traineeship? So it's important to develop yourself. And finally, you have to avoid shortcuts and dishonesty. By all means, you can't grow with them. Be honest, be transparent in your research, in dealing with others. Be transparent. Even if you are not getting a positive result, report it like that instead of manipulating figures. At the end, don't get anywhere with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Maybe we get a response to the. Okay, let's take call then. Any other person? Dr. Dangiwa at the back.
Good evening. My name is Belda Audit Dangiwa from University of Jos. I quite understand that our research work as pharmacists should be tailored towards maybe achieving very important sustainable development goals. And you look at it that most of the research works we do, some of them just end up producing maybe PhDs and then papers that are not really working towards that direction. But when you want to go towards achieving that goal, you realize that we're incapacitated by a battery of inadequacies in our system. And most of our researches these days, with the technological advancement, even the equipment we have, they are obsolete. I am also incapacitated in the sense that you might like to tow a particular direction with a mindset, but the system itself is jaundiced, and maybe financially, volatility in the economy. You want to publish in a particular journal, but the price is in hundreds of thousands. What do you do? And you want to produce a particular patent, but for it to come out without a grant, you might not achieve it. And even when the grant comes from those that have gotten it, at times you are just given a tithe of the grant to do your work by the system. With all this battery of problems, one is still not deterred, but you are still pushing on. I don't know what we can do, because if our curriculum too, we only compare our curricula with the local one, the natives.
Please grade it.
Okay, our curriculum, the peer review or comparison is within Nigeria. There's no time we are hearing that an international accreditation of a university has come. So do you really think, I'm very happy that Professor Ezekiel and his team brought out this thing. Has there been any time in any university a comparison or an accreditation team from a world body has come to accredit a particular university for some programs, or even the status or statuses of those universities? Because we see some mirage of lists of rating. Are those ones true? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We learned that some people online. Okay, I know. Please, can you project?
Chairman, sir.
Yes, sir.
My contribution is that of appreciation and with little
Your name, sir?
comment. I'm Oba Ishamu Jumbo from Ignatian University of Canada. For some of us who came in late into academia, my challenge personally with where I am is that of one, mainly resources. Resources here has to do with finance and the resources you need to carry out your research. I quite understand that there is no individual, a particular university or institution that has it all. And as a researcher, you may have to depend on other areas too, with your core team of researchers. Now, in my place, we've had, initially we were joyous at a time when we hear PCN team of accreditation is coming, NUC team of accreditation is coming. We are glad because we do feel that it's a period for the various departments that were deficient in some equipment, will be a time to revive the place. I don't know, probably because I belong to a private institution. But of late, just within about 10 years down, but we found out that when the teams come, and of course, who are these teams? They are our own colleagues here too. When they come, they know a particular instrument is not working and you tell them. No effort is made to recommend this to the institution. It has been on and on. Now, that has, especially in my own department, pharmaceutics, brought us down to a large extent that, oh, how do we do this? Because if the school authority don't provide, there's no other way we can do this. So I don't know how we address that situation. Because at the end of the accreditation exercise, they write a report. We've always been looking forward to that report that, oh, it will be a time when they will be asked to do this. I don't know where the fault lies, but I want to say here that our senior colleagues can also do us well when they visit, if they can truly give the true report of what they see, because it will help the various institutions. God bless you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. The last person for this section, this part.
Okay. Well, I say good afternoon or good evening to everyone. I'm starting on SQ protocol. I'm Dr. Ifeoma Orabwe of Lagos. I heard what the advice of the early career persons, but actually what I want to say is my experience as an early career person. I traveled for my PhD and came back. Then saw the difference between environment and the environment there. Treatment. You struggle. The saving grace was mentorship. I went for, there was this fellowship, Mutai. We were supposed to go to South Africa, but it was during the COVID, not COVID, Ebola, so they came here. So fortunately, I ran into one of us, a professor and a pharmacist, then the newly head of department. So during the discussion, I was struggling with this thing that I kept on complaining. I spent the first month complaining. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't adapt back. Things I wanted to do, but I couldn't do because I didn't have access to the equipment or the fund or anything. But there was something he told me. I didn't bring up, he started just asking me where are you since you came back. I told him, and I asked, you came back, what have you done? Have you anything? I started giving him all the batteries of complaint. He told me something. As you are complaining, some people are succeeding in the environment. As you are complaining here, you can decide to stand outside every day, read them, complain. It doesn't take you anywhere. Look around you. See those people reach out to. Work with whatever that is available. Do whatever you can do. And if possible, collaborate, send but if you don't lift your hand, nobody will know that you are in need. Believe you me, that has been a standing rule for me. Yeah, we have the needs, but that mentorship, 5 minutes mentorship you gave me, that 5 minutes advice, today has brought me so far, you are taking me so far, and I've given it out to some other, the little opportunity I have, I've also given it out. Because there's a drastic difference when you come back after the bench work. You find you don't have anything to work with. Even the evaporator, you have to queue up, or you struggle with it.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate that. Journal articles to a journal, and they were rejecting the manuscripts. Is that what you have said? Eh? Okay. Okay, we will answer that when we get there. So, is there another person online? Okay, let's, I don't, That message. Can you open that message? Maybe it's a question. The truth of the matter is that if you submit abstract for journal for a conference, and they have conference procedure or conference journal, and you feel that is of low quality, you are not bound to publish in that journal. You have the right to take it to another journal. Is that okay? Thank you. So we can now listen to, okay.
Yes, I had one of the questions that was asking about what is Napa doing, if I get it right. And I think I can quickly respond to that. The fact that that person has opportunity to talk now is part of what Napa is doing. And it didn't start today. Over the years, in every our conferences, the conference, maybe I can give this information. Our conferences are designed, the panel times we are having now are designed to address our three core areas of service. You have noticed it. There will be time to address teaching. There will be time to address research, like we are doing now. And then there is time to address community services. That's why we have three sub-teams. They are the basis. So every year we do that. I also expect that in our different branches, we can replicate that. Part of the award I wanted to present in this particular conference, we call it Mentors Award. And I was amazed that somebody among our professors was able to, through his influence, register 17 students for this. So please, let's make use of opportunities that we have. There are so many that have been mentioned by our listening. Move closer to people that can help you. I think I can just say that concerning what Napa is doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in addition, most of the information, so they can also make use of that can complement what Napa can do. So we're now listening to our speaker.
Thank you very much. I hope the ones I have, number one, about the resources. Let me start from the bottom. The resources, gave an example of Benedict when people come for accreditation. Yes, usually the council will give a report to the university. And the thing is, the council will advise the university, you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. It now depends on the university whether they respond or not. And being a private university makes it even difficult. You cannot command, you cannot mandate, okay? But, and remember, the accreditation team is looking at quality assurance of the program. So they might not, what your research carries is not as high as to lose accreditation for lack of equipment to do research. Once they meet the teaching criteria, when you look at the ranking, what the criteria for research is not high. So that they cannot lose accreditation because of that. You only have to engage the university and show them its importance. And let them know why it is important. And I think the dean and the HODs can make strong representation to show that you need these things. And then regarding pay to publish, yes. Now we have open access, but you don't have to publish in open access journals. Some of even these ones that pay, they offer waiver. You only have to explore the waiver. I know people that have published in journals where they pay 3,000 something for free. Usually they give waiver for Africa, even though sometimes Nigeria they remove us. But if you stand, if you make a case like the British, this journal and all that, they always grant a waiver. You only have to try. When you are doing your research for your PhD, I'll advise, sometimes for your PhD, you may not be able to break the ground. Okay? You may not be able to, don't look for things that you know you cannot have, or facilities you know you cannot easily leverage on. As PhD student, for those on their PhD, you have a lot of opportunities. There's both sandwich where you do part of your bench work and come back, and there's both for full scholarship. There are so many opportunities. Please explore them. Your mobile phone is, you can easily browse, but I tell you there are so many opportunities, so many. So that even if you want, you have equipment that you do not have available in Nigeria, you will have somewhere that because you're a PhD student, you'll be given a scholarship to do that aspect. You only have to put up a very convincing proposal for you to achieve that. Okay? But don't go for, once you need, that's why innovation comes in. Once you know you are on something and you have spent so long, and before it becomes a mental health issue, look for alternatives and how you can get away with it. So after your PhD, you can now seek further collaboration to do that. And then there are so many skills, like your teaching, you also develop your research and your paper writing skills. Don't do shortcuts. I think somebody mentioned it. Don't do shortcuts. Learn. As you are starting now, learn. Because it will get to a stage where learning becomes difficult. And if you don't know the art, a time will come when it will be difficult for you to ask. But even though I don't think it should be difficult. Okay? But when you have opportunity, please do. We have so many senior professors here sitting. Approach them. Tell them, I want you to be my mentor. I want you to help me in this. So many of them will be willing to read your proposal. They will be willing to lend a helping hand. But most of the, and importantly, when they give you time, keep to the timelines. Because they are busy, they may not find time for you now. But when they say do this, keep to the timelines. I'm sure they'll be able to assist. And then handling burnout. That's a very important one. If you burn out, if you're having a burnout, it's important you take a break. You take a break. I take a break. And at such time, whatever you find most comfortable doing, some people like traveling, some people like reading, some of us just like sitting down and watching a good movie. Okay? You do that for 3-4 days. With a little time to pray and all that, you discover the energy comes back. But when you're having a burnout, take a break. If not, you only be doing what you ought to spend 1 hour on. Once you discover that reading the same thing, you are spending 10 hours on it, go and do something else. If it's something you normally do in 1 hour, and you suddenly discover 5 hours later you are still on it, take a break from it. And that's why sometimes it's good for you to have 2 things. 2 or more things you are working on at the same time. Because sometimes you hit a brick wall on this. Leave it. Let it sleep. Let it rest. Move on to something else. My supervisor used to say, writing matures like wine. That the longer you take, the more beautiful it becomes. Okay? Take a break from it. There was a paper I wrote for like 2 years. It's one of my very well-cited papers in Starch. It's a review paper. I abandoned it. I wrote it so, and I said I abandoned it. One day I just sat down this day, and I got a clear vision of which direction I should go. So sometimes you have to leave it and do something else, so that that process, your mind will be refreshed. Okay? I think we just have to be innovative and then just keep at it. With persistence, hard work, I'm sure we'll get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much
for, I believe she had done justice to most of the questions that have been had. At this note, I think we can close the session. Is that okay? Thank you very much. Any announcements for tomorrow or for today?
Tomorrow. Okay. Hello, Mr. Chairman. For tomorrow, there's something today, but then the chairman will give us what we have for today. I think that's cocktail. But for tomorrow, we'll continue with the plenary session to address the sub-team 2 and 3, and that will start by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Then after that, that will run till 1 when we start the scientific sessions. Oral presentations will start at 12 tomorrow and to run till evening. So we are going to have 2 parallel sessions. One session for colleagues in pharmacology and clinical. That's session A. Then pharmaceutical chemistry, microbiology, pharmaceutics, and pharmaceutical chemistry will be in another session. So we'll be guided to, where we are going to have those sessions tomorrow.
Thank you, Professor Bakri, for the wonderful for anchoring the business section. In the next few hours, our cocktail will hold at the faculty hall there around 5:30. So we should get ready. Cocktail.